May 4th, we're going to be streaming the stock market today and looking at futures and trading options. Having a little barbecue. So sub up, like up, comment down. Happy money sticks around. Let me get set up here. They say the banks were sound and resilient literally yesterday. Blackwest is failing after hours. I'm interested in GME this morning. BY actually is up a little bit to pre-market. Had a gap up 10%. Now it's up 3.68. But GME had volume come in this morning. This was up like almost 3%. Seems like BBBY on the OTC is causing some problems, or margin collateral or something with the basket.
So, Doc, you see, what the fuck are we?
Doctor. Doctor? Her? sweet honey barbecue. Very confusing. Doesn't even make sense. Put that GIF in there. I'll do it for your Discordians. There's no GIF of that? Okay, here we go. Goes out. We had a jobless data this morning, I think. Some kind of job data. We'll look at it. The Discord link in here. Yeah, I was looking at top this morning. It was starting to get a little jumpy. Good morning, Buzzin. Good morning, Access. Dennis. What's up? Good morning, Rally. Jimmy caught my eye, though. Well, pre-market's only up 8%. Wait, what was I? I was looking at something else. Oh yeah, this had a nice consolidation yesterday. Nice bull flag intraday. Definitely should have bought that. I mean, that's textbook. Classic. Happy Money Thursday. Hey, Daniel. Morning, Damien. Morning, Cash. This is Doug. Holding? Yeah, I'm gonna get the reaction. Could get a bounce from that reaction. I guess a reverse split was I guess to be expected with their stock price so low. What to say, Zug? Okay, so yeah, here's BBY pre-market. I think pre-market opens. Not exactly sure when it opens, but there is an extended hours. You can't trade on E-Trade. Some brokerages might allow it. Probably pretty limited though. But this actually did gap up this morning. It's not showing on the chart, but you can see it on the price. It's actually up 10% this morning. There was a transaction up there, like 101 something. Was it 101? What was it? No, it's at 1015 now. It was 107, I think. Yeah, 107 something. So there was a transaction above this bull flag we built yesterday. But we'll see out of the gate if we have. I mean, we're right at the resistance on barbecue. and we'll see if it breaks up right away or not. I'll probably have to call in to TD to get shares on there. If I keep getting on my E-Trade account, I won't have any margin for futures. Lagarde says it's very clear that the ECB isn't pausing. Uber Eats works with Amazon to bring Alexa order tracking to US consumers. Mild recession is already here, Elon Musk has said. Further rate hikes will trigger severe recession. Mark my words. Elizabeth Warren seeks information from First Republic's former CEO. So, market expectations are pricing in a pause for June and July, and then to start cutting in September. Interesting. For the Fed funds rate. J&J consumer health business Kenvue is expected to go public today. Priced IPO at $22 a share. Yeah, one of you guys on Discord just tell me about J&J. And they're having like a spin-off or something. KVUE. Oh, GDC is what I was looking at. It had a bit of a gap up pre-market. This chart doesn't look as good yesterday as top, but we'll move pre-market here. FTC proposes borrowing Meta from monetizing kids' data. U.S. jobless claims this morning, 13,000 to plus 13,000 to 242,000 in April. The survey was 236. So more jobless claims than anticipated. Market's not really reacting right now, but maybe it's close enough to expectations. I think bad news is now bad news. We're done with the interest news. US March trade deficit 64.23 billion. Consensus was 63.1. Federal trade balance revised to deficit 70 billion from deficit 70 billion. 70.64 from 70.54. UBS will do everything within its power to avoid imposing losses on taxpayers as part of the rescue of Credit Suisse. ECB raises benchmark refinancing rate to 3.75 versus 3.5. Well, we had the RS news yesterday before, you know, so you had your reaction right here. You mean now that it's split? I guess. I don't think that should have much reaction anymore. I mean, it could continue to sell off, but this physical split itself, I feel like you get the reaction once the news from the news. Have the debate if they sell or here on out. It's all negotiated. they have a spin-off or something, or A is now 2+, yeah. Top's up 5%, GDC's up 22% pre-market. Barbecue's up 3.5, so right, it's right it's here at 1015. Where is that? 1015 there. There. 20 for top. Maybe. So stress being out of Neo. You need to flip that around. Hey trader. Morning Ace. Hey Joshua. White House says Moscow is lying on drone accusation. It's a ludicrous claim. White House spokesman Kirby says, I can assure you the United States had no role in drone attack whatsoever. US allows Chinese airlines to increase flights to 12 a week. I didn't know we were still limiting them. Wage gains have exceeded inflation for the first time in 2 years. Where's going down? See what happens with Pac West. I don't know if we'll get multiple at the same time. Maybe puts on Pac West for next week though. Moscow would never lie again. I mean, this still could go down a lot more, as we saw. All the other ones. FRC, I think they are allowing this to trade again for people to close and stuff. Or they did. Very interesting GME. Pre-market, it's very strong. Out the SPY, some volume. We have this RSI divergence. Looking good. I'm not thinking the gap's gonna be filled. But on this daily, it looks like it has been. But I don't. That's true. That's just Weeble witchcraft. Adding wicks where they don't belong. Yeah, I'm sure the IV's insane. You could just short the shares. Or do spreads, I suppose. 8th Street. Silvergate's still maybe an option. Who's going to the barbecue, baby? We're here. Oh, what? 25% gap up. Yeah, BY's at 1, 2, 3. Can't see it on the chart. It doesn't show me, but it's up here. Jeez. It had at least one transaction up 10% this morning, and then it came back down to 3 something. Someone can't wait for the market to open. 2, 5. Let's see. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. That 1, 2, 3. So yeah, I'll have to pick up shares on the TD. There is an after hours, so it's trading right now. It's just super illiquid, I'm sure. I don't. Let's do this. Time and sales somewhere. It's not as long. It's I'm not sure. Exactly. I can't trade it on E-Trade. So, and it doesn't even show me on the chart. It tells me the numbers, but doesn't show me. And Webull doesn't show me either, of course. Mullins market cap. 9.6 million. I like Webull. We're all excited for crazy price action. Newborn, congratulations, Daniel. Dude, the coffee and the battery make perfect sense to me. Oh, not ready for crazy price action to the downside. That's true. I mean, if we hold this gap up, we're already trading at 12 cents. So I'll be looking for support at 10 cents to buy in. In fact, I think I'm gonna even put a limit. Okay, it came back down. Now it's just up 6%. That 1045. So it's still above yesterday's high. I wouldn't want for guaranteed time frame for BK. Why wouldn't one purchase of a ton of calls? You didn't have a... You have a... What? Why wouldn't that do what? 6 billion on Robinhood? Mullen? SNGX is the pre-market winner. BDC's up here too. Shopify, they have earnings. What's this thing all about? Biotech, maybe some approval. Compatibility with light device for blood cancer. Yeah, big gap on Shopify. 19% is a big company, right? Yeah, 60 billion. Huge. Guess they beat. Its mole is just jacking up because the reverse split. It'll fix itself. $90K to AMC. What are you talking about? April job cuts announced by US-based employers, 66,000 versus 24,000 a year ago. Challenger Retail led all industries in April with 14,000 job cuts. Workers spend 25% more time mentoring and learning when they're in the office. In tech, over 350,000 people have lost their jobs since last year. Hong Kong emerged from recession in the first quarter as the reopening of its borders revived spending. IRS is hiring special agents prepared to use deadly force if needed. It is paying up to $95,000. I saw that headline. It seems like clickbait. I'm curious on what they're actually like. What's the fine print there? Venezuela and China are reestablishing connections after years of cooling ties, with government contracts resuming and joint projects floated in the oil and telecommunications sector. Wells Fargo CEO says U.S. banks shouldn't be required to unconditionally cover the failures of other financial institutions. Air France is pressing the French government to limit Chinese airlines' access to the country, saying they enjoy an unfair advantage because they can fly over Russian airspace. Today, an OpenSea employee was charged with insider trading. He bought featured NFTs, making $50K. They're trading for $50K. Senator Richard Burr got private COVID info February 11th. February 12th, he sold 83% of his equities. Minutes later, he called his family to sell. SEC closed their investigation. Must hate IRS, must help rich people. I like JP Morgan out of all the banks here. They're taking on a lot though. I don't know if they can. We've got about 4 minutes to open. BBY settling back down. It did have a couple transactions though, up 25% this morning. I'm assuming the pre-market trading is pretty limited to, I don't know, institutions, funds. I don't even know if, I don't know. Are any of your guys' brokerage, are you able to trade pre-market OTC? buying the Fed now. DY looks like it's going to open with a gap up. Barbecue up 6%. Got 2 minutes. Ready for takeoff? Ready for takeoff. Little pre-market hype. I think this will all become millionaires. A millionaire. Who wants to be a millionaire? Alright, market's open. Little gap up there on the barbecue. Climbing. There's a break of that resistance. 1040, 1050. And 60. Up 8%. Well, I guess it's fine to hold OTC overnight, unless of course you get bad news. But 120. Yep. Well, I'm gonna buy some more. %. I bought some more. Very, very interesting to watch it on the OTC. GDC open with a gap up 22%. CXAI moving around. This thing's starting to rally. Op is kind of rejecting a bit. Daydog, they have earnings. Daydog's ripping. Oh, it must have been this morning. Yeah. Okay, what are these calls looking like? So 100 plus day. Yep. Yes, technically the low to the high was 100 plus, but that was with a 50% gap down. So keep that in mind with 100% day expectations. From close to close, it was what, 30%? Okay, I'm calling TD Ameritrade. Why did it ever close? Oh no. Yeah, I'm talking to TD right now. The guy at the trade desk was like, "Whoa, when did Bed Bath & Beyond go TC?" I think he got hyped for some reason. I think he's gonna want to buy it. We got a little inverted head and shoulders. And then he sees my my transaction history and he's like, "You're an idiot. You just sold this thing. Why'd you buy it? Why are you buying it again?" He didn't say that. He thought it though. Alright, let's come down a little bit. This is where I was talking about buying on the if it holds the support, prior resistance. If not, we want to see it, I mean, hold up probably this 835 level. I'm just trying to figure out with him, he probably could have just made the trade right there, but I was asking him if I can modify it. Like if it'll show up on my brokerage online and then I can modify it. Because I'd like it to just sit there and then I can change how much I want. That was pretty funny. Um, yeah, you're right. They don't. That guy didn't know much about it. He was trying to figure stuff out. OTC is kind of the Wild West. So I basically what I was able to do, which he didn't know either. We were just actually testing it. Now I have to make sure I don't cancel it because I don't have to call him back up. So what I was able to do, once they put the order in, I can modify it. I can modify the amount of shares, and I can modify the limit price. So I have all the flexibility I need. I just need them to kind of initiate it. And I kind of missed my entry a little bit there, but that's okay. We'll see if it comes back down. I'm gonna try and pick it up on the support if it hits here again. SPY's breaking through there. Yeah, I mean it's the price action on OTC so far is so awesome. This flush yesterday was a little like, oh wow, okay, but yeah, you have to imagine like with this many people probably trading it, it's gonna get that volatility. Trying to go thinking about a short here on the SPY. It's really just flush. Maybe a long would be better. Down 0.73%, but I'm looking at the support. Now it's kind of lagging, so it'll bounce on here. Oh, barbecue's up 15%. Holding above that level. See if it breaks out here. It's gonna make a little bull flag again. SPY maybe moving up. I'd rather do one more test down here. Yeah, I'm going long here. Long on the MES. That hammer candle at the support. Starting to bounce. I liked it on the 1 minute, but I wanted to check it on the 5 minute before it triggered. We'll see. Oh, BY is breaking out. Come on. Jeez, man. Jeez. All right, I'm going in there. Yeah, he was like asking me questions like how I'm doing this. Because he saw me editing. He's like, what were you using to edit that? Ah, but that didn't fill. That should have filled right there. Okay, it filled. Okay. Oh yeah, I got some more shares. Barbecue is heating up. Now I want to look at the options, see what's going on with these. What is this level? I need to look at what's going on with SPY. I do have these positions. Sweet honey barbecue. Down for a retest maybe on the SPY. Barbecue's up 21%. Bon voyage. Well, I mean that's one way to get me to diamond hands. If I have to call in every time to buy, I'm probably not going to close those on my TD anymore. Maybe a little more downs before a bounce on the SPY, I don't know. This is a support from here though. We've got a support in extended hours. Seems like a pretty good level to go long. I don't think I can add to it, but I'm gonna try. I bought too many shares of BBBY, yeah. So on E-Trade, maybe I'll day trade them. I don't know. We'll see. Didn't work out yesterday because we didn't have a big pullback. Didn't have a manipulated short attack on it. You're wondering where BY could go without the uncertainty? Yeah, I mean it's not going to short squeeze, I don't think, without a catalyst. But I definitely think we could see some bounces from the overreaction of this massive shorting down here. Now that it's on an exchange, it seems that will allow it to have actual natural price discovery. It's actually insane. You know, we're going to see where, if that's true, we're going to see where buyers and sellers are happy with the price, like the stock market's supposed to be. Bouncing there on SPY. You know, if people still want to buy it here and not as many people want to sell it, the price is going to go up. It should be as simple as that. And if it gets to $1 and there's the same amount of people that want to sell it as want to buy it, it should stay there. So where that price is, we don't know. But I can tell you I'm still buying and probably keep buying because there's crazy potential here. I mean, we still have a $54 million market cap, which I'm not going to say it's lower than that, but if the float is a quarter the size, which people are saying it is, that market cap's even more silly, much more silly. So there's a potential there. I mean, it could still just totally liquidate and go chapter 7. Just being a part of this price action though is awesome. Options still disabled. Yeah, let me option. So we're probably gonna see, you know, support and resistances. Like it should trade like it was intended to. Yeah, but we've got inverted head and shoulders here on the hourly. Looking good. It's shorter time frame still, so it's not like not the best, but I guess just the actual price action of us being on OTC is very reassuring so far. On the daily, this wasn't engulfing. Of course, we have this RSI divergence. If today closes even where we are right now, that's a proper RSI divergence that's confirmed. If today closes and this RSI is lower, then that's off the table. So, but that would mean BY would have to come back down below 10 cents by close of today, which it could. But where we are now, it doesn't look like it. So yeah, the options look like they carried over. At least on E-Trade, I'm seeing them. We have all the open interest carried over. I don't know what the... Curious on like the spreads and stuff. Might even pick up some options. Heavy's still insane. Yeah, get some options. Oh, they won't let me buy options on E-Trade though. Wonder if I have to call in for those. maybe are there not options on OTC? Not trade these? So I've got VWAP at 11 or 1090. Kind of rejecting that 1140 break. If we hold this level again, this 1030. Got me on the TV. Yeah, I closed Mullen yesterday on that news. I guess this would be expected, but the reaction from that will usually be bearish. That's a good point, Daniel. It following SPY. Maybe not, but yeah, like you said, I've not really noticed it following it anyways. So I'm up pretty good on these contracts actually. Pretty big moves on the futures today. Only have 4 of them. Very interesting. Do a limit order or stop limit on my futures. Not trying to mess around. You might trigger it. My entry was a little late. Yeah, it triggered it. So we'll see. I guess is that VWAP? Oh yeah, VWAP's super low. Never mind. That was should just taking profits there. That was probably that might be the only bounce we're gonna get, or at least for this little move. Huh. What are me doing? Oh, what? Yeah, look at GME's strength though. Relative strength to the SPY. It's. More GME calls. Hops up 10%. Kind of flat out of there. Shopify's rallying from earnings. Wayfair cap and go as well. Bye. BBBYQ 14%, holding above VWAP. BEA beautiful. OTC market says outstanding is 117 million. Let's see. How do you even see that? This Weevil. I don't even know where to find that stuff on E-Trade actually. Market view. Maybe. It looks like you already pasted it. I'm just catching up, guys. You can paste it in Discord though. DD or something. Lord, can you share that on Discord? I want to see what you're talking about, where it says that the float is 112 million. I'm talking to you guys. Sorry, I'm just way behind. Options available. Less standardized and less transparent. Yeah. I'm wondering if I just can't trade OTC options on E-Trade. Jeez. Yeah, should have got in on those, I guess. Barbecue is heating up. Whoa, so is the SPY. What the heck? Oh, weird. This chart looked weird. Extended not on? Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, extended wasn't Barbecue breaking that 1140. Top is moving, you're right. Breaking out. 107, new high. New high on top. Broke pre-market high. This is that super widespread one, isn't it? Just the halt one. The one that almost had an ace. Jumping in the Rio. The one. Don't worry, Sweet Honey Barbecue's going. Discord link is pinned in chat. Words. Should be at the top of chat. That's stopped out. We suck again. We'll see. I want more, but I don't know. I'm scared. Yeah, new high of the day on barbecue. I'm back. I have a little bit more than I did than I've ever had, actually. So maybe I'm fine. The last time I had this many shares was, I think, for this move. My goal before was, if it gets to $1, it's gonna be $100,000 position. Now I'm getting, with how cheap it's gotten, I haven't done the math on that, but yeah, it's just gotten so cheap. I mean, you can pick up 100,000 shares for what, like just over 10 grand, 12 grand, 100,000 shares. Yeah. Just put it in DD. Just normal DD, not happy. You can't post in there. Just under text channels and then DD. I'll be buying all the options. I mean, the options still don't really make a whole lot of sense on this one. Not yet. Not until it's at least in the 50-cent range. And even then, they make not much sense when the IV is like 500% always. And I don't know if they're just going to become available. It seems like we're kind of where we're going to be, because yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, maybe something will change, but what I was waiting for was to see if the open interest and stuff updated, and it's updated now. I see it, but I can't, at least on my brokerage, I can't buy it. So I could maybe call in and buy it. No, I know. I was looking at the June 50 cents. I was actually looking at the November's. Oh, November's. Yeah, it was the June's. I think it's just meant to be more used for exercising, which is fine for you Euros. That's all you do anyways. Right up your alley. Let's see. I don't see the post yet there, lords. Put it in, I don't know if you're on mobile or what, but under text channels, here, text channels, then DD. Whatever you got in there. $25% of Americans have an error on their credit report. That's a high percentage. Pac West is halted? Did this halt this morning? $400 in a day? Yeah, it's pretty weak. pretty weak. It's not broken that level yet, so I'm careful before I go short. I'll probably play the breakout though. It's a pretty sizable level to move past. Downside, I mean, we've got a little bit more here, but yeah, I suppose it could find some down there. Yeah, actually, that's true. That's resistance back here. Not too bad. I'll put one on that B. I like the support over here it had too. Each street is a pothole. What's going on with wall? Oh, this is that bank. Shop. Just holding up really well. We got 24% here on a barbecue. I could sell covered calls. Probably not, I guess. Barbecue breaking out, up 26%, 1240. I don't know where this momentum stops, but so far it's been well received. Well, looks like it's actually bear flagging. But yeah, maybe grabbing a short before it breaks even. 27%. We've got 1246 on it. Should I buy more? Of course I should. I wait. Okay. You're starting to think Nasdaq's crime? Whatever are you perplexed about? Where did you come up with such notions? Okay, this is what Eternity just shared. BYQ security details, 117 million outstanding shares. OTC stocks usually 5 million outstanding. We were looking at some, and yeah, the floats on these OTC stocks is insane. I'm not, because I'm not sure this is updated. OTCmarkets.com. That first of all doesn't sound very official, even though they have that URL. Oh yeah, here, this date, 11/26. Yeah, that's old. That's what it used to be. Potentially, it's still somewhere around there. Let's see the date here, 11/26. That's before they started diluting. So I think it's. I'm not sure. We don't know, but I'm taking it that it's in this range, the 465 million. We know it's. I don't think it's much more than this, basically, though, because they pulled that S1, and that S1 was them diluting it almost to $1 billion. Okay, yeah, thanks, Lords. That date on 9%. Yippee-ki-yay! Okay, that data on there though, I think that's I think probably where it's getting that float data from, which is dated. Because that is the old float date or data, and there's speculation that it actually never got diluted, but that's just speculation at this point. Yeah, this is gonna be all the lack of corruption. It's gonna be boring to watch a stock like actually just have natural price discovery and not always be on the edge of my seat thinking we're gonna get a massive halt short attack. I'm not sure this is gonna become a dull channel of just bull flagging. Shopify, still going. That's the official website. It's literally called that. Funny. Yeah, I mean, they definitely could be wrong. Because they have the date there, and that the float was that size when during that date, like when they posted that. Fish COTC considers it to be that. Okay. Yeah, I can't sell covered calls. I'm totally fine with OTC though. I don't care. I'll call in. I'll become homies with the people at the trade desk. They're gonna know me by name. Like, all day trade this thing from 1980s all day. Calling my broker, see how his kids are doing. That kid's totally gonna buy it. Yeah, I prefer Boeing as well. Better for my heart. Alright, what's SPY gonna do here? Break a VWAP and we've got pretty good bounce we could have with a gap. But we're also on a support, so be a big drop too. Break on that VWAP and I probably will go back long. I mean, this is a bear flag, but I don't know. The rest of this looks pretty bullish for a bounce. Megal. It's not open. Flat. I don't know. Totally flat. Totally flat. Alright, SPY's coming down. Yep, just gonna look for the break either way. Take it. Hope to not get false breakout. Barbecue heating up some more. 29.11%. It's at 1264. Oh, new low there on SPY. Gonna do it. Okay, it's flushing down. I'm gonna keep an eye on the 1 minute. Look for a bounce to maybe short if it's back up to this break. Wall halted. So we're kind of just getting through all this chop from back here. Once we get above like 1335, if that happens today, it's another kind of vacuum up to up there. 17 cents and 20 cents. Not 20, but yeah, just about 20. Good SPY. SPY moved down wick to that level. Our calls on 1 minute. Vacuum. magnet. Okay, could be a false break. We'll see. Gonna write the level. Yeah. Might. Yep. Yeah. Look at that buying pressure. I don't know. I don't know. 5 minute. You can. It hit like right at our line here. I have 404.29. It hit 404.31. Slurp me up, Bobby. Most liquidated? Like most liquid, you mean? Follow the move before it shows on fidelity? Oh, do you have delayed data? I'm not sure if it's the most liquid. I was trying to look up some OTC stock stats, and I didn't get very far. You have just like random one-off events where they get crazy volume. But yeah, to me this looks like the most liquid and the smoothest traded from what I'm seeing so far. It looks like it's trading on the NASDAQ, but without Prime. Okay, so that might be just a bounce to resistance. Yeah, I'm gonna take the short. I like it on the 5 minute. Think so. Think so. Should have taken profits here. I did not realize VWAP was right there. Thought it was just on its way up, but then saw VWAP all of a sudden. All in BB. Actual BB, like BlackBerry. I know what you mean, Cameron. When you're like, when this gets to $1, it'll be worth this. But then you start thinking, when it gets to $1, I want it to be worth like $1 million. So then it's like, I guess I need more. I don't know if we're getting any inverse on it, honestly. I feel like we did see some when it was on NASDAQ. But I think it's just totally on its own island. The fact that he's halted. Hey, Julian. Oh yeah, Blackberry boy. So it looks like barbecue will probably come down to this level down here, 1140, kind of VWAP area. But just bull flagging after bull flagging. Awesome price action. Yeah, PAC-W halted down. $559% IV. I don't know, seeing that Wall Street Bets guy that went short on FRC, and then him being able to actually, them resuming the stocks that people could settle their positions, and him being able to open up a short position and then close it was pretty nice to see. It made me want to go short on the banks, basically. Since he didn't get stuck, but doesn't mean you couldn't get stuck. Shorting the shares is probably the better way to go. 50 cents before Tuesday. Has to keep climbing. It's up 23% today after it's up 100% yesterday, so It's doing very good. There's your flag. Your flag might be just make another flag up in this range. It's 1140, and we have at the top 1205 or so. Highs coming down. What's Jimmy doing? Yeah, Jimmy's looking weird though. Little signs of something going on. Pre-market this morning is up 2.5% with some volume, and then yesterday with this weird move, both those were outside of SPY. All right, I made the move back down to that support. Bouncing there again, but I think we'll just consolidate and then maybe keep coming down. So we've already broken the low, this low. Let's see though. 1 minute. Cool 30-minute cooldown. Paying some new altcoins. Cool, your brokers I'm allowed to sell until 9th of May. What? Really? You have to sell before the 9th? Are you're in France? You need to find another brokerage you can buy it on. There's people in Europe. What, IBKR or what? I don't know. eToro? Some of them you should be able to buy them on. I mean, this is good and bad. So it's good for the shorts because on OTC because it's probably going to kill some of the buying pressure. Like it must. It's turning off the buy button for definitely some part of the population. It's very bad for them though if they basically can't cheat. Pay more in dividends than their savings. Yikes. Alright, holding up above this level. 12.15. Yeah. I thought we'd bull flag in this area, but might want to do it up here. Highs coming down a little more. Still transferring? Can you, Mosmus, can you buy barbecue on eToro? Wait, you can get 2 times leverage on barbecue? 165% from yesterday's bottom. Noise. Yeah, IBKR. You might have to use a VPN. You didn't hear that here? I don't know. New low of the day there. That sucks, man. I don't know, like, I don't know how it works. I remember back in like GME days, there was some guys doing VPN stuff for trading. I don't remember why exactly, but okay, SPY's moving down, looking good, man. Glad I held onto that short. So it did what we were kind of saying once it started bouncing. It bounced on that level, retested. I grabbed the short up here on the retest, and then kind of retest the bottom, little bounce, and now it's below that support and probably just in a downtrend for a bit. Pretty slow, pretty subdued. I mean, it's already down almost a whole 1%, which is, you know, pretty large, but with banks and everything's going on, we might start seeing some 3% days, 5% days even, you know. We might be getting into you know, COVID halt type days. That still hasn't happened during this bear market that's never-ending Trade Republic. No, you shouldn't have to sell and then rebuy. If you already had BBY shares, they should automatically transfer to barbecue. Yeah, they should not liquidate you, but you could call and ask if they're going to do that. Otherwise, I would hold my shares, even if they don't say barbecue yet. They should transfer over, or just add the letter on there. Lords, are you overseas? Are you not in the U.S.? Yeah, SPY's flushing here. They aren't worth a lot anyways. That might change though. What do you mean what happens to your shares? The event has already happened. BBBY is delisted. It's just barbecue now. So it's happened. Whatever's happened, happened. Hot barbecue. Sweet honey barbecue. We're at 29%, new high on it. 1280. 1335 is kind of that last little zone from that gap down. So this is sick. 31%. See if it has some resistance here, and if it finds kind of a range. It's just done like just bull flags all day. Hasn't even like had a pullback. And same with yesterday, really. This yesterday, yeah. So there's a bull flag also. There's a move down to VWAP, but after that, you know, it just didn't do anything. This was it. I was trying to get a little bit lower. I was trying to get it, what, 30. You can see my line here. This is where I had orders to buy it. It just like barely missed it, and I bought it up here, which was like a 10% difference. BFI 6, was running too. DXI is up 8. Holding it OTC was a wise decision. Yeah. Yep. I mean, or not. You did get a 50% gap down. Could have bought in there. Good to see you on chat, Bullions. Holy crap. Taking you so long to get here. I'm always having to go to Discord. Ask you questions. See what kind of trouble you're stirring up. Wait, what happened on GFAI? What's going on here? Did they have an offering? Well, GFAI is moving up. It's up 24%. Pretty big gap to fill there. Oh yeah, they did have an offering. I didn't realize that. Barbecue 33%, 1310, 1320, 34. So I think somewhere in this zone we'll probably find some resistance, I'm assuming. Somewhere in this range. And we'll see. Maybe gap fill today, but I mean, 33% is awesome. Yeah, I sold. I didn't sell at 6 cents. I did. I sold somewhere down there though. I sold on that green candle, like up here. Yeah, like 6 cents. I wasn't patient. Wasn't patient enough. Patience, 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 patience. Buy a little bear flag on the 1 minute. Maybe setting up an RSI divergence though. Little wick down from that 1320 on barbecue. Gap down stories about my stocks. If you get a moon? I don't know. It's not one I watch that much. Up 0.5%. I don't know what the catalyst is on this. Been a long time since we've seen a BlackBerry rally of substance. Oh yeah, that's that 402. Hold on. I bounce in there. Okay, I'm closing out. Don't like that one bit. The 1 minute though always just gets me squeaky. What? It didn't close? What? Didn't close. Okay. Why did you not close? That was weird. Yeah, it just missed out on my profits. Huh. It looked like it closed, and I looked back over, and it's just still sitting there. New option for leverage. Yeah. So RSI divergence here on the 5 minute. Might actually go long. A little pullback here. Too slow to take profits on that. Too slow. Pretty small moves I'm trading, really. This probably might have a call in. We need a fundamental news. So this, as hyped as I am, I think, oh, it's gonna go to $5. This still looks, I mean, this is still like more or less a dead cat bounce or a reaction to the overreaction. Not to say it's going to end now. I mean, I think that could, the reaction to the overreaction could bring us up to 50 cents, maybe even $1. So yeah, that's the thing where it's like, you want to have a position here because we have so much upside even without fundamental. But it's much more risky without that. Weird. Yeah, I just got shaken out of that short. Well. But yeah, I mean, like we were saying, I don't know, yesterday or whenever, we didn't even get a move back up from the reverse split drop. We had reverse split news that tanked the stock, whatever, 50%, and then it consolidated, and then we tanked more on other news, and then reverse splits off the table. You know what I mean? So like, there's news reactions back here that we haven't even made up for. I should have held on to my shorts. Oh well. Gotta be careful in the 1 minute candles. Talking about BB bringing incredible vibes. Yeah, we've looked at top. We've watched top. We've traded top. Looking pretty good today. It's up 20%. Yeah. Looks real nice. Little inverted head and shoulders there on the hourly. I don't like how big the spreads are on this one, but at GDC also had a gap up. Top's longer time frame actually looks pretty nice. Those daily candles, it's just rallying and consolidating at a higher level. That's good to see. There was actually fundamental catalyst on this, wasn't there? No. Nope, no catalyst. That's what's crazy to me, to see it hold up levels when it's just a collateral pump or something. .404 doesn't break. 419. Guess that was before 404 broke. We have this RSI divergence, so I don't want to go along on that. Oh, when you're saying BB, you're saying BBBY. You're saying barbecue. You keep saying BB. I thought you're talking about blackberry. Making TR is more Jamie. End of month on SPY dump, not the whole month. Oh, 5. Yeah, is it still selling off? Yeah, wow. Awful. I had an order on this day that I meant to. I had it for good till canceled. I forgot. Day closed. Opened up next day. It opened. Cash you could put like $5. So yeah, sucks. Yeah, 424, 424, somewhere thereabouts. It holds that level. Okay, I'm gonna take the long. I like the RSI divergence. It looks on the minute maybe to enter, but well. See, side potentials. We still kind of just hung out the support, so the fact that we haven't really broken through it means we could have a pretty big upside. Even this gap fill. It's kind of crazy going short when it's already down so much too. Barbecue 29, 72%, 1270. Somebody who funded a few $100 grand on SoFi before earnings. Or just after that earnings dump. $0.18. BFAI looking really nice too. Double bull flag action. Got that gap to fill. Share offering. Top still at the highs. Top's looking good too, really. I'm not sure if it's going to get squeezy again like it did, but doesn't need to. It's up 18%. Thanks for your likes, guys. I appreciate it. It's 10:45. We've got 20 of your thumbs ups. Don't burn them on the barbecue. It's hot today. It does feel good, trader. Oh, so sweet honey barbecue. I was wondering if SoFi is moving with what's going on with the banks. That's contributing also to its sell-off, not just the earnings. Wasn't sure though. SPY still kind of hanging out the lows here. Did take a long. VWAP's very low though. I mean, yeah, maybe I'm putting too much weight on the support because price action just looks like bear flags. But we're just at that pretty heavy support. Whoa, look at that pop on SPY. Poppy, what the heck? Who's saying what? Western Alliance, latest U.S. bank to explore sale. That's not from that news, but someone's talking. No data came out. It's 10:45. I don't know. That was a freaking crazy reaction on SPY. You guys seeing anything? Is there some bank that's rallying or something? That was a crazy move up to the VWAP. Like PacWest is halted again. Halted at the upside. It's like stop loss triggering on SPY. I don't know. Oh my gosh, Western Alliance. Whew. Was all halts in there? Okay, on the let's see, what was it? Kind of want to get some puts on Pac West. So we got a barbecue. Breaking out, man. Not even hanging out in that zone. Woo. 40%. Oh my gosh. 1373. Why didn't I buy more? 1375. Yeah, this was kind of the last little area, so a magnet. No halts. It's glorious. It's like it's up 40%, but it's still only 13 cents. Like, remember when it was like 18 cents and 20 cents? And it was like, oh my gosh, it's so cheap. It's cheaper than that. Remember when it was like 25 cents and we had that huge rally, 100% up to 50-something%? It's cheaper than that. Now 100% rally is nothing. Because it's so cheap. That trader kid's definitely buying. I know. I can tell by his voice. He's like, he's gonna start watching it. $0.14 on barbecue. We've got a magnet up to, I'd say, 1790. 43% today. These things we gotta control. Yeah, that's crazy. I've got enough in it. I've got enough. I just looked at how much I put in actually. Dollar wise, I'm good. I'm good for now. That's enough. I'm excited. It'll be fun. OTC crowd? Where is this OTC crowd that you're connected with? Circles. Like retire by about the bottom? That's not true. It's not that big of a difference. Pac West. Pac West was the bank, of course. Western Alliance. I don't know. Any of those could maybe default this weekend. 43%. That's 14. So if we get to $1, I maybe will have recouped my losses. It's pretty sad. But I think that's probably what I'm seeing. It is still so cheap, 100%. Yeah, no, I agree, Trader. It's hard to see it here and be like, oh my gosh, I'm chasing. Which, yeah, like intraday, this is a bit of a chase. Maybe buy it on consolidation, but and even for the next few days, like who knows, we might come down and consolidate some. But overall, on a longer time frame, if you zoom out, we're at the bottom still. Still very much the bottom. We haven't even got like a green candle over the 9 moving average. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like for the momentum to actually pick up to the upside, we're gonna have a huge move. We've already had what, like 200%, and we still don't even have the longer time frame momentum even in our favor. I mean, it looks like it's getting there, and it's very close, but what is that clip from? I think that's Will Ferrell. Ripping up again to BWAP. I thought I was saying a Will Ferrell quote. What is that from? I can't remember. What movie is it? I can't find it. You have to get dirty to join OTC? I mean, I'm not trying to join any crowds, I guess. Ever. Ten times the shares now? How do you figure? It hasn't 10x from the bottom. How high can it go? It's unlimited. There is no limit. I saw your post, Daniel. Oh no, on Discord. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, fundamentally, we want news, and that'll cause it to go crazy, like actual short squeeze. And until then, it's risky. But that said, like you say, a retracement. We have a lot of retracement basically from this massive shorting that's gone on for months, with basically zero retracement and zero bounces. This was the only one, and this was not even anything. So just with the retracement, we could, that could put us back up to $1. I don't know, especially now that it's on OTC and it's trading without corruption. I had VWAP. Maybe we should take profits on that. I don't know. That low VWAP I knew was going to mess with me. 49%. It's magneting up in this zone. Since there was not much trading in it, that's what you have. That's why you have this kind of vacuum. Sucking it up. Let me show you. It should show up on the VP or whatever. Yeah, say there's no volume in this area traded. So we're gonna get a vacuum up to this line basically that I drew. And then you'll get probably more consolidation up here. But yeah, this is crazy. Almost 50% there. Sweet honey barbecue. I think Will Ferrell quote. I don't know. Still at the bottom, yeah. Yep. A few 100% from 4 cents is still not much. Let's buy. I'm gonna hold the longs here. I like that it bounced on support. I like the velocity of that one candle. That was crazy. Maybe a little inverted head and shoulders being built. but that's a pretty big red candle off of VWAP. BBBYQ 52%, 1490. The restructuring up here if you don't think it's good news there. Why is it going up? Why was it going down for 4 months? Top is crashing. My returns 50% per day, every day. Your recovery is $7. No, we're not automatically relisted. Yeah, chapter 11 is why we got into OTC so quickly. We were out of compliance for the $1 thing too, but chapter 11 is what made it happen. Being over $1 is good and will be necessary to be uplisted back to the NASDAQ, but yeah. Sure, $6.40 was still delisted. Yeah, we could get relisted. I mean, it could be a pretty quick process. As quick as we got delisted, probably. Yeah, but the percentage moves on Hertz actually weren't even that insane. Like, the percentage move that we might see with barbecue is going to be way better than Hertz. Because Hertz never got this cheap, right? Hertz never got to 4 cents, I don't think. I mean, you guys look, like $1? That's 2,200% from where we are. Or from the low, rather. From where we are now, it's still a crazy percentage, but it's getting smaller. You know, 500%? Hard to do on that scale, let me see. Yeah, I guess that'd be basic math. Yeah, so to $1, it's still 500% from here. It has to be over $1, but it can't be in chapter 11 and get relisted. We're getting that vacuum up to 1790, and there's no halts, so good riddance, shorts. Nothing you can do. The best case scenario for your short is that it hits rejection here and actually consolidate for a bit for you to exit. But I don't know. I've not seen how momentum plays out in OTC. And I don't think this is trading like a normal OTC. You see huge percent gainers in OTC, typically they're just like gaps because it's super illiquid. People want shares and they have to put a crazy price and it's just a big spread. But actually have like smooth price discovery, and it's I think it's unusual even for OTC. I'll broker and see if I can buy options. I mean, you can call your broker and see if you can buy options. That engulfing candle and SPY. Yeah, I might close out. I guess we're only getting a VWAP move. I don't know. Jeez, man, that's crazy. So 58%, there's 1550. The volume really started being traded. Let's see if we get a better time frame here. Yeah, really right around that 1790. Maybe below it, maybe 1748, like just the low, but yeah, that area. Still just magnet. And this is with, I don't know what percent, but a certain percentage of people that aren't even able to buy it. So this is kind of with the buy button off. I'll spy on the daily chart. Yeah, I mean, we're kind of looking at this level. Might kind of keep jumping into the longs, but yeah. Got a bearish MACD right under the 9, so it's at that support. Kind of hanging out down there. Got into the longs, then I got back out. The short. Seems like it's going to want to go up, though. It's starting to build that inverted head and shoulders. We'll see. Barbecue's cooling off a little bit. Got out of the long because of that engulfing candle, but on the 1 minute it looks like kind of a nice bullish price action, really. Sometimes those engulfing candles will get you because they're just in the middle of chop or like price action that's kind of negating the engulfing candle. You really want to see them more at a spot of support or resistance to confirm it, not so much just amongst kind of chop. Barbecue's chilling out a little bit, coming down. It's at 40% up, 1370. You're getting some traders in this thing. You know, when it starts to move like this, you're gonna get full scalping it and stuff. I have 1335 as a line here. Not sure if that will be reflected, or 1366 was the high there. So somewhere around this range, maybe for support. Thanks guys for likes, appreciate it. All 25 yes. Well done. Yeah, no, it is interesting what you keep pointing out on that Bullion's on RC's letter. BB had better value in private market. And then Baby as a spin-off or an IPO or something, whatever. I don't know how. That doesn't mean necessarily us BBBY barbecue shareholders right now will be benefited if that happens. If it is Ryan Cohen doing it, I would like to think so, maybe more than someone else. But we don't know who it is or if that's happening. So it's definitely still risky. But SPY ripped up there with a whop. Bye-bye, Zach. Greener at a happy diamond. That was the ninth plan all this time. What? What's the news on top? I don't know what's top doing. Ooh, big sell off there. They were like at risk of delisting, or even Chapter 11. I can't remember, but they had bearish news throughout. The pop on there was, it saw the other day was, I can't remember, but yeah, it wasn't looking good for Tupperware. GME, really? Oh my gosh, yeah, dude, what in the world? 3% on GME. Ripping, good call, holding. 1940, broke that level, a big level to break. The SPY is kind of getting a little squeezy also. I'm not really correlating this with barbecue, but still. Yeah. I'd get more calls on it, but I don't have money. I put it into the barbecue. And it looks like a nice move up on GME. I think percentage-wise, it's much greater opportunity on the barbecue right now, and has been actually for a while. That's why I slowly moved out of GME. But that could all be proven wrong. Barbecue on OTC, it's squeezing the shorts and it's pulling the whole basket up. That might be the case. Spurts of volume on here are pretty awesome too. There you go, SPY. I got back into my longs. I don't know if I told you guys. Closed them on that engulfing, and then I actually got back in. So, like the inverted head and shoulders, like the support we're at. Yeah. And the upside potential is pretty great here. Nice. That looks better on my futures account now. Barbecue's at 1361. It's retraced a bit from that rip it was on. It's up 38%. I've got support levels. I mean, VWAP's at 1267, which looks like it's maybe coming down to that now. But we'll see. Maybe it'll hold where it's at now. 1320.
The ego on you.
Thanks, Ace. Appreciate the gifted memberships, dude. Much obliged. Much obliged. Candyman, Jake Chua,
ego on you.
Emmanuel, Wizard, Keenan, get to the chat. Report to the chat immediately. Come thank Papa Ace and his hype, man.
The ego on you.
Try to get bullions. Ace is the place. Ace is the place with the... What is it? I can't remember the rest. Thank you, Ace. Wipe the slate clean.
The ego on you.
What? Rational day trader. I might still be day trading
The ego on
barbecue,
you.
especially with E-Trade. But yeah, I mean the price action on OTC is what convinced me, and it's it was an unknown. I didn't know how I was going to trade down here, and that's why I took off risk coming into it. But then bought back in. First day I saw that it wasn't a gap down of 50 to 80% and continued to sell off. It was the opposite. So, yeah, here we are. Plans change when circumstances change. Thank you again, Ace. Helpful hardware, folks. Is that really the song? Ace is the place for the helpful hardware, folks. I don't know if that's it. I don't think so, Julian. But again, I don't have much experience in OTC. From what I do know, or the little bit I do know, it seems like it's less regulated, which is a benefit to less crime. However upside down that seems. It doesn't. I don't think it goes through normal market makers and all of their screwery and corruption they can put on it. It's more of a direct. It's more like the stock market used to be, from my understanding, where you had a share of a stock and if someone wanted to buy it from you, they'd offer you a price and you accept it or reject it. And you exchange stock, and it's more of a direct over the counter basically, and not using all these other third parties, and then it gets passed through, you know, all high frequency trading, and then paying for order flow, and you add all these layers of just money where they can skim and they can just control the price. So from my understanding, it's more natural, more raw, and that's what we're seeing. So yeah, you're gonna get pullbacks, you're gonna get like limit or stop loss triggers. I don't know if you're gonna get a whole lot of that. Maybe you do. Maybe we saw that yesterday here. You're gonna see profit taking. Like it should, I don't know, it seems like it's just trading with natural price discovery, which is a crazy concept if you've been in the stock market for the last 2 years and have had not complete wool over your eyes. What's been going on. So I moved back to 6 cents. I mean, with news, yeah. Same reason, like if they filed for Chapter 7, I'd close everything, and probably all you guys would too, so then it would plummet, which is what you want. That's a real stock market. SPY's ripping up here too. Here's Ace. Wonder where the shorts are. You there? Hello? Hey, yeah, you? Huh? Yeah? How do you like it? You like that? Yeah. No dark pulls. Yeah. I think it's more old school, which is what we want. Yeah, if you're just listening to voice, I can keep narrating. It's 37% up still. It is holding support. Looks like potentially above that top. Yeah, there's a little bounce. So 13.25, I think 13.35 was kind of my line. It looks like it might hold support right there. It wicked below it, but now we're getting a green candle above it. 1379 is the price it's at. 40.8% up. Looking nice. Yeah, can you believe it? Bullions is actually in here. $19.80. Next resistance. I mean, there's just this gap fill, so I'm still seeing kind of a vacuum up until 1790, and then yeah, 1980 would be the gap fill. It'll probably, if it gets up here, you know, probably slow down in this range just because there's more volume traded here. But I mean, the thing's up 41%, man. That's crazy. Isn't that nice, Ace? Yeah, just close it out and then reopen, and then you're green when it goes up. It's totally worth it just for that. It's great. Like, that money never even existed. Barbecue screen. Let me see. I think it is. You guys trying to, like... Ever since I said it's delayed or this or that, you guys have been all over it. It's not frozen. It's gonna be, if you're watching the ticker yourself, it's going to be different because you're watching on the internet, and the internet has lag from my stream to your eyeballs. But me, it looks totally the same on both brokerages. Oh yeah, it's not. I'm not saying it's frozen. These are 5-minute candles too. Maybe look at different candles. No, I don't have a delay on here. The stream delay is like 15 seconds, so. But Weeple doesn't have a delay. Unless if my E-Trade has a delay also. I could be wrong. I don't think so, because when we first started looking at it, Weeble did have a delay, and then I enabled OTC, and then it caught up to E-Trade, so that's why I'm assuming E-Trade was right. Can we all get our money back? Hey. Oh, what in the world happened to chat? I somehow just scrolled up to a bunch of random chat. Sorry, I'm answering your guys' questions from way earlier. I don't know what, like, skipped around. Spies coming down here. Guess I could take profits. I don't know. Probably not. I'm gonna create a stop limit. Don't take losses at least. My longs. Still like it to upside, but yeah. GME back below that 1940. I mean, that used to be a huge level on GME. It's up 2.3%. So not bad. GFAI looks like it's squeezing. It certainly is. Bull flag and then bull flag. Got this gap to fill from the share offering up to 1160. So kind of an interesting reaction really on GFAI. For it to only trade flat down here for one day and then start rallying. Crazy dip buyers on that. Because share offering, like, could just continue to get a sell off from that. Oh, kind of interesting. Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, man. Okay. Man with the more inclusive and accurate folks. Hardware store. Oh, okay. Yeah, it looks like it's bull flagging up here. So barbecue not even making it to VWAP. 1335 was support. Chill out here for a bit, and I think we'll vacuum up to 1790. Trying to figure out if I can buy more. If it makes any sense, if it's smart. Probably not. I think it's probably satisfied. My TD account, I'm going to be holding those because I have to call in to buy them. And that's such an annoying process. My E-Trade, I might be swing trading it on the way up. Just because I don't, just to reduce some exposure since I do have a pretty big position. Overnight exposure, or I don't know. Yeah, we can see 100%. 100%, we can see 100%. Yep, no halts. No, GME. If you've been paying attention, Ace, I was saying yesterday, it looks like the bottom's in for it. So, didn't fully fill the gap. Yesterday we had that that candle basically closed as a hammer. We have an RSI divergence here too. So I started getting calls yesterday. I didn't get them at the best time because I got them. It looked like it was going to go crazy for some reason, which we haven't seen on GME for quite some time. But yeah, there's your little RSI divergence on the daily. Only the gap's filling. I think we probably hit our bottom on here, unless we get like a market crash type event. Then maybe we could retest the 16 area or so. But yeah, I think that's it. Or he goes into James Rowland and Gavin May. Sounds like a boy band. They were bullish since Monday. Just kidding. Those guys are cool. They call it Elliott Wave stuff. Buenos dias. Yeah, I know. We were looking at that correlation, Bourbon. It seems kind of crazy. It does seem like it's maybe putting pressure on the basket. Um, and maybe somehow that's what the data that Linux uses he saw coming. But who knows? He maybe had weeklies, which almost always does, and that was like 3 weeks ago. But yeah, the chart on GME looks bullish, so it looks like it's found its bottom. And the way it looked squeezy yesterday for a bit, and then even the pre-market on GME. Yeah, it looks like it could have maybe a pretty good move up also. Okay, buenas noches. Top crushed you. Yeah, it's. Didn't look at top. It's halter going down and stuff. Yeah, definitely some profit taking now. Well, that's what I was saying. Like, the price action looked good. I'm like, I'm surprised this thing's holding up, because it really is no news. The longer time frame, it looked good. Now it's not looking too good if this is gonna become an engulfing candle. There's Chinese stocks, and there's literally no catalyst for anything. If Orion didn't find out. Traders are still buying barbecue. E-Trade so far, from the ones I use, is the easiest. You can just trade it freely, just like anything else. You can also buy it on TD Ameritrade, but you have to call in, or I do at least. I mean, I think that's a normal thing for OTC with them. Webull, I don't think I'm able to buy it for some reason. I haven't tried today. Yeah, Webull doesn't allow OTC, I don't think. Mohammed just came back from vacay. Let me guess, BY is still cheaper than when you left. Yeah, 7. It's like 8 round trip, so 4 each way, 4 in, 4 out on E-Trade. All your brokerages are going to give you higher commissions, but that's the cost you have to pay for no corruption, or less corruption. Nothing is free. Free commission. You're paying for payment for order flow, slippage on the entries and exits, playing the stock market. Free. No, it's not. So find a product you have to pay for. It's probably more legit. People's a no-go. Yeah. I wanted GME at 16.2 Ace. I truly did. I didn't. The percentage upside I see on barbecue is much greater than GME at this point, so I'm not allocating as much to GME, but I did get some calls. Got a few for September. I'm liking SPY for the upside. I think this gap will get filled today. 5 minute, we've got that inverted head and shoulders. Good. This is bouncing on a pretty big support. We're still kind of in. We're still kind of in a channel from even down here. How much it will retrace the upside is the question. I'm not sure. 410 maybe. That was kind of a big level before. I don't know if it'll do that this week though. Yeah, it could. That's not too far actually. Do that today. You ask the wife for it? How does that work out? Yeah, you nailed it, Ace. Are any of you guys, have any of you guys been able to buy options? That. Oh, I just got stopped out on my futures. Choppy market today anyways, actually. On TD, it's 744. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Diamond hands on there. Hit 20 cents. I think it could. I think we're gonna have a resistance once we catch this volume up here. Halfway through this gap fill. But yeah, I guess the top of that gap fill is 20 cents. So yeah, we could see that today. It's kind of coming down here, but that inverted head and shoulders still looks good to me. $7 fair market free. Get wrecked. Kick rocks, loser. No options. Yeah, I haven't heard of anyone that's able to open options yet on it. I'll chat with them and see, actually. I'm allergic to the phone. Probably answer on here. See what they say. Take the long here. Kind of. I don't like getting back into something when I've been stopped out, but sometimes it's warranted. Watch on the 1 minute if we move down here first. Yeah, barbecue bull flagging up here, holding that support, holding that 1335. It's at 1421. It's up 42% on the day. Ace for Prez. Hey, Tasty. Dude, this candle earlier was crazy on SPY. Oh, Western Alliance Bancorp issues statement disputing recent media. Is that why it's halted up? This one's totally going BK this weekend. Oh, now it's just suspended. Uh-oh. What is happening here? You say it's not exploring a sale, so it's probably suspended based on all this news going around. And they want to get a clear. Yeah, SEC is probably requesting from Western Alliance in writing a clear answer of what's happening. That would be my only guess, since it's suspended and not halted, unless it's just a misprint there on Weeple, which it could be. The FAI moved back down a little bit to VWAP. Got two of those, huh? There's that same spot on SPY. See if that holds. Might flush out of there. It is not exploring a sale, nor has it hired an advisor to explore strategic options. Someone's triggering a little bank run, maybe. Getting their puts in the money. Oh yeah, is that the move I want on SPY? I think so. Yeah. 1 minute, don't fail me.
That they're not even looking at the balance sheets of these names, and they're just running in and causing a little bit of a run and on the banks, and not in a good way. So it's
saying the same thing I just said.
Here that it's categorically false and that it's a conduit for spreading false narratives.
Yeah.
And so with that language, we are likely to see maybe, based on the indications, might open back a little bit higher.
Bed Bath & Beyond, no one can no longer open up new options positions.
Sometimes we got to rip up the script and get to the top stories, and that's why
really?
we're here at the New York Stock Exchange, following every story, and of course Western Alliance and all these regional banks are important.
Can you not trade options on OTC?
It's time to spotlight iPoint Pharmaceuticals. So this is a stock that is a
I'm
winning
going to talk to E-Trade,
it's
see what's
up
going on.
100% in 2023 thus far. Joining me right now, Nancy Lurker, Board Director, CEO, iPoint Pharmaceuticals. Thank you for being with us. Tell us a little bit about the company and what has been leading to success.
So the iPoint Pharmaceuticals, we're a biotech ophthalmology.
Yeah, they say no broker to allow you to open up options.
Now, just so you know, these are very, very large categories with millions of patients worldwide. They're really diseases of the aging. And what we have is a proprietary micro insert that is bioerodible that gets injected into the back of the eye. And I'm going to get to that in a moment.
Ouch.
And it lasts about 6 months in the eye.
My eyes are watering just hearing this.
So the reason that the patients and physicians want this is that right now,
I don't want it.
When you look at how these diseases are treated, they're given, these patients have to go in every month or every other month. And the big drugs that are used, your listeners may recognize Eylea from Regeneron, Lucentis
Regeneron, that's a good one.
Genentech.
BBBYQ looks like it's going to break out soon. Break out the barbecue, baby.
Eylea is the main market leader, and that has to be injected every other month. About 30% of patients, maybe 25%, actually have to get injected every month still. So you can imagine, who wants to go to the doctor's office and get their eye injected every month, every other month for the rest of your life? And guess what? They don't, because they can't. It's just too burdensome. So you can see from the large databases that these patients' eyes just keep deteriorating. Now, we're talking about large millions of patients that suffer from this and end up with deteriorating eyesight, in many cases blindness. So what's the number one need doctors and patients are asking for? Please give us
Western Alliance, I know. It's suspended. You can't trade it right now.
Come in all the time and get our eyes injected. I don't want to come in and have that done. I don't know about you. It's not pleasant. So this is a very tiny eye injection that goes in the doctor's office, very similar to what they have done now, except you can get it done once every 6 months, potentially. So we are in our phase 2 DAVIO 2 trial. We reported out great results on our DAVIO 1 trial. And now we just announced in the first quarter of this year that enrollment is closed. We got 160 patients. That study was over-enrolled. And that was due to the level of enthusiasm by doctors and patients for this treatment. We also announced that we're accelerating the closing of our diabetic retinopathy study called PAVIA.
I don't need to hear that right now. Yeah, I'm talking to E-Trade. You say options under OTC stocks under $5. There's SPY. There we go. Come on. Outstanding shares. We don't have confirmation that the outstanding shares are 170 million yet. For OTC, there are usually no options in general, but with this one, since it was not trading OTC before, it had regular options then. Moved to OTC markets, they stopped everyone from opening new positions. Okay. It says usually there's no options in general. AMC announced a week ago. You're talking about earnings pre-market after hours. I don't think there's any reason. I don't think it really matters. Back to the 5 minute. I think SPY is going to move back up here a bit. I want it to break out of this range though. This chop is going. Urban, oh my gosh. The Elon Musk voice. Hearing calls. They're fine sitting there. Yeah, but there's no market for it. So I think your only option is to exercise. Because no one can buy them. Have you tried to sell them? I mean, I guess the market maker could, but if it's just up to them to give you the price, I don't know. I don't think they'll be very favorable with their pricing since they don't want them. I'm getting an answer here. I'll screenshot this. Oh, okay, so you can still exercise. So yeah, that's the only point. Dang, I wish I would have gotten some before. All that misinformation about it being suspended and not going to OTC. All right. The options there were expensive anyways. Whatever. But yeah, if you have options, according to this chat I just had, your only option is to exercise, or I'm assuming they'll just expire worthless, even if you're in the money, because you can't trade them. So, well, I guess if it's in the money, it'll automatically exercise probably. I'll put that in Discord, you guys can see. Bed Bath, nice little bull flag. SPY still holding that inverted head and shoulders. Exercise. Yep. No, yeah, you can't buy options. The chat just said in general, they didn't say on all options or all OTC, but they said usually there's not options trading on OTC stocks. So yeah, maybe it's above the $5 like Lors was saying, I'm not sure. $1.50 cash grid puts on it. I mean, you might be looking forward to those exercising. You definitely should be, because keep going up. Barbecue is up 41% still, just consolidating above that level of 1335. We have drawn below the breakout of 15 cents. 1370 it's at right now, 40%. On a red candle, MACD did flip bearish on the 5 minute. It might, if it does break this 1335, which is actually just moved to right now. VWAP is just a little bit below it at 1278. See if that holds. That would be my next level of support on it. That doesn't hold. 1140 maybe. No, maybe 1215. But this thing likes to wick down. We saw it yesterday in this bull flag. Bull flag and then wick down. I thought it'd be kind of more of a grind down than to VWAP to a bounce, kind of like we had here. But it just ended up staying bull flag, and that was just a big wick, and then kept going. So might be doing that again. It would appear. Carlos Slim saved Quest? Really? Not familiar with that story. Yeah, the option chain is still there. It still shows open interest because there's still people that hold options. You shouldn't see any volume though. And try and open one, it'll say you can't. I've tried on TD, I've tried on E-Trade, and I just confirmed on E-Trade that you can't on any brokerage. According to them, at least. You can exercise options if you are holding them. Or I guess you'll get assigned if you're holding short ones. That's the case. That's all that's important now. That's the bright side, Tasty. Sure we will. No, you should be able to exercise them. If that's the only exposure you have in BBY, then... and yeah, maybe you want to pick up some shares if you want exposure. I know it's up quite a bit from the very bottom, but it's still only 13 cents. So, something to consider. Because, I don't know, or talk to your brokerage and see what they say. I think exercising is fine, but there's not a tradable market, so it's position closing only. But no one's going to buy them, so exercising might take. SPY moving down a little bit. Holding these longs. And bouncing again. Lots of shares. Good. And Rev back up. Did you guys see the article about Revlon coming out of Chapter 11? I think the bullions, I think you said the shareholders all got squashed on that deal, though. Yeah, so I'll start with that engulfing 5-minute candle. Ugh. This was different, this one, compared to this one. Up at a resistance after a rally. This was just kind of a little rally, but still in a VWAP and still kind of in a little chop. I don't know. Or they just don't always work. Which makes sense. Thank you guys for your likes. We've got 34 of them. It's pretty weak ratio compared to the viewers, but I'm still appreciative of every single one of you. All your likes. But yeah, that ratio is awful. Big battle bull flag. Yep. Certainly. Certainly, sir. I call into this trade desk and get more shares? I mean, you figure you put in another grand now. Will that turn to 10 grand? Maybe. You put it like that. I close these longs. Right before chatting. This is the way. Bye, Top. Hope you find your dad. Okay. Yeah. Not liking this dip here on SPY. See, maybe it's just false. You put in an order without calling in, you jerk. Maybe it's because I'm so bad with margin and always in margin calls in here, they just won't let me do it. Could be like a case-by-case basis. Yeah, I think that's probably why. If you're able to and I'm not, that's... We suck again! I've spoken. Yep. Barbecue's ready to turn it back up. That's awesome. Take the future. It's kind of sucks for me, but it's awesome for you. Wonder if there's oh no, SPY, no. Alright, I'm out. Wonder if there's something I can do to please my brokerage. Allow it. You didn't say anything. I don't have any margin calls on here right now. I have warnings about pattern day trading, but I haven't done it. I might still be in some kind of restriction, like that 90-day restriction. But no, I don't think I am. Because I can do, what, 3 day trades in 5 days or whatever? This is crazy. If I make a comeback on these accounts, it's gonna be... Wow. Wow. Okay. Well, kind of failing that inverted head and shoulders. No, I'm not foaming. I've made my peace with my position. I wanted to try to see if I could buy more. I know you heard the alert. I was testing. I said they could buy it and I couldn't. I go barbecue. If you buy an OTC subscription, then you can buy on IBKR. But Ollie Mobile was bad about it. Like bad fills. The UI's kind of nice. Testing us. Exactly, I was testing you guys. This an OTC disclosure? Did it prompt you to do that when you tried to buy it? I've searched on the site like OTC and it doesn't say anything about disclosure. I mean, I think I've signed those disclosures. I can buy it. I just have to call in. They put training wheels on my account because I'm so poor at trading. I'm moving down. EFAI moving down too. Yeah, this has been a bullish reaction on the share offering. Pretty unusual. Same on E-Trade. I think maybe I'd already signed the E-Trade deal. I didn't have to do it on there. On TD, it didn't prompt me to do anything. It just said I couldn't. I had to call in for it, so I don't know. Because that would be much nicer. Because the ticker hasn't switched? Maybe that's what it is. Lords, yeah, that could be. That would be nice because it hasn't switched on TD for me. They still just have BBY in it. That makes sense actually, why they wouldn't let me buy BBY, because that's delisted. And there's no results. Oh, what? There are results BYQ. Dude, I'm totally buying more. Let me just see, it's a test, it's a test. Oh my gosh, I can. I was typing the wrong ticker. It doesn't show up BBBY. Okay, I got more. It worked. You're right. I'm an idiot. Okay, that's enough. It doesn't show. So when I type in BBBY, it only shows BBBY. The other ones all reverted to BBYQ. When I type in BBBYQ, nothing shows up. I had to hit enter, and then it directs me to it. So Trade Desk dude had no idea. The orders flood in. Let the body hit the floor. You don't need leverage if you're expecting 10,000%. I mean, it's still nice, but that was just a test. Trust me. Yeah, exactly. Take. Yeah, good call. That guy didn't say anything of the sort, but whatever. Okay, I got a little bit more. Now that I can day trade it on here, I'm more comfortable opening more up. But actually, can I day trade? I think I have one left. Bing, 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 ding, 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 ding. It's casino time over here. So Barbecue did move up there. It's at 1488, 51.99%. Probably going to break out of this bull flag, I would imagine, and continue the grind up to 1790 area. Back up with SPY. No, SPY's kind of been selling off. I must urge you, if you haven't considered liking this video, this stream, please do it. Thank you to the 37 of you that have. It's appreciated. I'm giving you heart eyes this time. Oh, PP made me so happy. So one of these days after a rally, we're going to get probably a bigger pullback, and that's what we'll have to find. See what kind of support levels we find. Possibly it's just this level right here, this 1335. If we get a pretty good move, like halfway up this gap fill, that might honestly be it, which would be nice. I don't know if we're gonna see 10 cents again. Not without, I guess, after 7 or some bad news. Fine. Maybe a little double top here on it. Let's see. Day trade these? I think so. How many do you get a week? I thought it was 5. Is it 3? So 3. So it's not giving me a warning when I want to close this. I could just close the amount I opened yesterday, and that wouldn't be a day trade. Yeah, because I only bought 10,000 today. The rest of them I could close from yesterday, and then just let's see. Let me add this up. And I think it's defaulted on first in, first out, so that would naturally, right? Isn't that how it works? It would have to be the same lot. Yeah, it would have to be the same lot, like the same lot of shares. Volume there. Yeah, what is our volume today? Is the Webull fixed? It said yesterday was 33 million. Today's at 19 million. I'm going to check that with E-Trade and see. Yesterday on E-Trade is 82 million. Today's 54 million. So volume's still broken on Webull. I think, pretty sure. It's up play, Bungie. It's definitely up play. I don't know if you've been around the last couple days. I saw you here yesterday, but I think you've kind of heard what's going on. I've seen upside potential being greater on barbecue than I have on GME since really started getting under like the $4 range. Even in the $4 range, percentage-wise, it seemed better. But now that it's 14 cents, it's definitely more risky than GME, I guess, because it's in Chapter 11. But yeah, barbecue 1452. It's up 48%. Might be making a little double top here on the 5-minute. Not sure yet, but we've just been in a staircase all day, really an escalator. Flag after flag. So that's good. Buy maybe double bottoming here. Pretty mellow price action really on SPY today. I don't think we'll hear anything about them saying that this is. We'll say this is meme stock traders take revenge in OTC market. I'm getting a double bottom here. But the hourly looks like it's setting up a bear flag. So just a tight little range. Maybe the rest of the sell-off comes. Tomorrow's Friday though. They love to rally on Friday. Selling may go away. All so confusing. Cursor over the. Oh, because you want to see the percentage? Wait, what are you doing? I'll be pretty hyped if this free float number changes to 120 million or whatever. That would definitely be pretty legit. That's the headline you're waiting for, Cameron? I think the long here on this futures or SPY, that might be a candle, reversal candle that I want. Yeah, I'm much. 2, 3, back. Okay. I need my other option plays to start working. I want to close them out. Oh, never mind. Might just be a continuation candle we got there. Okay, I'm out. I don't know why I'm forcing trades. It's a choppy day. MU coming down, that's good. Only got 15 days on that now. Puts are almost in the money. Go to break even on it, potentially. Nvidia, dude. Gosh. This has been the worst stock for short sellers in 2023. And I think 2022. Barbecue, 52%. That seems higher than it was before. Oh, it's still kind of right at that high. 1495.
I guess I shouldn't say never, but the odds are very small. Back in 2006, if you look in history, when the Fed finished raising rates, they never said they were done. They just finished. They you know, the overall data will now determine whether we're done or whether he has to do more. Now, do I think they'll wait in the next Fed meeting? Yeah, probably. But it'll be in the data. Jerome Powell's never going to paint himself into a corner and say, okay, we're pausing. Because then, if the data changes, then he has to change. So if you're waiting for him to say the word pause, that said, Tom, he did take significant words out of the Fed statement. And so I think that is the plus that we should take from that meeting. But Tom, I think today's market is really about banks. And look at the Russell down another 1.8% here. And that's what's causing the weakness in these banks. I mean, Pacific West, it broke overnight. And so markets were down overnight. Christine Lagarde probably should have raised 50 basis points. She only raised 25. The dollar went from down to up. And so that affects, remember, that relationship that we talk about so much. But I think this market right now is worried about banks. And that's what's causing VIX to spike up like it is. The Russell, in the past, Tom, where there's smoke, there's fire, and you can make all the statements you want, but the market's going to look at the numbers. And right now, you're looking at the price activity in some of these banks. It doesn't look good. Now, we have no official statement. We don't know, but there's uncertainty in banking, as you can see by the Russell. That's bleeding into the other markets, Tom.
Yeah, you wonder at some point if Treasury Secretary Yellen comes out and tries to shore up this sector, because you just can't let it go, because it's almost like the fundamentals aren't lining up with the price action that we're seeing in a lot of these regional banks. But the market doesn't care about that at this point. So maybe some commentary out of some of these financial leaders might be warranted here. But one of the stocks that's leading to the downside today, Kev, post earnings, we talked about this stock yesterday, and that's Qualcomm. On the back of weakness that we saw in AMD post their earnings, Qualcomm, we're seeing the same price action. Let's bring in Jenny Horn, markets correspondent here on the network, to help us break down this report. Because Jenny, it looked decent.
Maybe you guys know.
Meet on EPS and slight beat on revenue.
Some
but
Jenny
boy,
hype in the chat.
Guidance matters in today's market.
Guidance matters, Tom, and it does seem like Apple's iPhones really matter. We're seeing global shipments for now smartphones also decline to the lowest levels that Qualcomm hasn't seen in at least 3 years, and I think that was more of the narrative, less about their quarterly results, which, like you said, were objectively strong. They did give a pretty gloomy sales outlook as they signaled for the market for smartphones to continue to weaken now into the second half of this year. China, another area of weakness that it seems like the analyst community is losing faith in as we head into the back half of 2023. Now, they did say that they reported sales of about $9.3 billion for its fiscal second quarter. This was down 17% on a year-over-year basis, while profits tumbled 42% to about $1.7 billion. We did see adjusted earnings slightly missed just by about 1 cent a share, but revenue was better than what the street had been expecting. They did also give a pretty tepid outlook for their current quarter, now projecting between $1.8 billion and $8.9 billion in revenue, which was short of street expectations for around $9 billion in revenue. They said the weaker demand for headsets were weighing on their overall outlook now going forward, as well as problems in the wider economy, as well as other macro issues. The muted outlook is also reflected by a larger than expected decline they saw in revenues due to the timing of purchases by a customer that only buys cellular modems from Qualcomm. And while they didn't outright name Apple, I think it's inferred that Apple is that supplier that they are discussing. Intel, we saw actually show signs of some sort of recovery last week, but I think this report and this reaction really shows that these are different companies. While they all do serve in this chip space, we're seeing a name like Qualcomm really be affected so specifically by smartphones, because this company does gather almost 50% of its overall revenue from that smartphone market.
Jenny, you're right. Smartphones, 5G are the drivers that drive Qualcomm's earnings. And what we always learn is there's the three-headed monster earnings. That's earnings per share, that's revenue, and then there's that guidance component. And the street, the trading world, keeps waiting for that bottoming tone to take, right? And some indication that demand is starting to swing back up. And Jenny, you're just not getting it. There's the problem with all these companies, and how can you not connect some dots?
She isn't always right, but she's right a lot.
Because such a
I kind of flushing here a little bit, see if it double bottoms.
Is reporting not only numbers that are soft, but guidance that is really soft.
Yeah, and I think that the guidance component is also concerning when you look just even outside of their revenue or adjusted earnings for the rest of the year. Margin also expected to be a
barbecue
relatively
has
weak spot for
eaten
this
up
company
today,
now,
52%,
looking ahead. So when you have all this
$14.89.
disappointment now looming into the second half of this year,
We've got
I think
a
that's
bit of a
contributing
vacuum up to
most of the selling we're
$17.90,
seeing today.
where we have
But I
some
will
resistance.
say, to sort of end on a more positive note, that of the analysts
Haven't
that
made it there
cover
yet.
this name, because this
Slowed
name
up.
is really heavily covered among analysts.
Looking good though.
31
Bull flag
analysts
after
covering
bull
this name
flag.
currently.
New low of the day on
20 do
SPY.
have buy grade ratings, 10 have
Not sure if
hold
I'm gonna
ratings,
sell
and
this or
only
not.
one sell rating, with an average price target of about $135 per share, which is lower than its previous average, which was around $148, but still implies over $30 of upside with today's move lower. So the street does still, at least
That
from a
engulfing
conviction
candle was the
ratings, feel
trigger.
relatively strong. But I think, like you said, Kevin, all eyes will now be on Apple, because Apple's the next leg of this report that I think we could see shares continue to weaken in reaction to Apple's results.
Yeah, the question may be, will Apple rescue this downturn in the markets with their results? But look, it's like it's going to be soft here going into those results after the close. All right, thanks to Jenny Horn, and happy birthday, Jenny Horn.
Thank you.
It's Jenny's birthday.
Much needed. Hooray. I think
We
she
need some
turned
Jenny
40
hype in the chat for
today,
sure.
Kev, but we'll have to check those
Where were you
numbers.
guys?
But now let's bring in Nathan Peterson, Director
No one
of
said anything.
Derivatives at the Schwab Center for Financial
Jenny's
Research.
birthday.
Nathan, I wanted to get your take here. We're seeing weakness across the board. We're seeing volatility pop, that VIX back above the 21 level at this point. It just seems like we're getting that snowball effect here based on a lot of what's going on, not only in the financials, but in the energy space also.
Right, Tom. Yeah, it looks like, oil prices doing what they've done this week, which has been selling off, is just reflecting, the potential for the impact, I think, to the economic conditions. And, Kevin mentioned the regional banks. Certainly that's weighing on sentiment as well. You look at, gold hitting 52-week highs. You look at the 10-year yields breaking below that.
I know, Ace. What the heck? Where were you,
level,
man?
Which has generally been
Totally failed
support, meaning sellers generally step in as you approach
52-week low.
3.4%.
Wow.
But they're buying up.
Yeah, IEP had that short,
today, so
short
some
and short
defensive posturing
support
is going on there, and complacency in terms of the VIX. I mean, yeah, we're at 21, but we're just coming off of 52-week lows not too long ago, and so, I know that it's kind of been pushing up this week. As concerns about the regional banks has kind of resurfaced. And, I'm wondering if we had gotten the announcement from Pacific West prior to the FOMC meeting, whether that would have changed his language at all. I mean, part of me wants to think that the Fed's being a little bit complacent towards the regional banking situation, but then I also have to respect that he has to be very careful in the way that he addresses that topic, since confidence is such a big factor in terms of maintaining stability there. So right now it's an open-ended question. We'll see what happens. We saw the news out of Western Alliance that the FT reported, and then the company came out and basically encountered and said it's absolutely false, that we're exploring any options. But that just kind of speaks to some of the tentativeness we have around that sector, and that's really driving kind of the risk-off mode that we're seeing today.
Yeah, it's like you can't push it back
Not
against
bad, Mikey.
Something that's gaining steam.
Barbecue
and
could see 50 cents.
It's spreading.
Again.
It's creating contagion across the equity markets, especially in that financial sector. Whether it's warranted, most people think it's not. That doesn't matter to the market at this point, Kevin. We've seen this before during the financial crisis in 2007, 2008 also, where, good names get dragged down a lot of times. But Kev, when you look at, some of the asset classes that are moving today, Nathan mentioned gold. Gold's near 52-week highs. Overnight, it almost hit an all-time high here in gold. So it seems like that push into the safety of the market. If we can get a gold chart up, that'd be great. But it seems like investors are just pushing into safety. I mean, you got Bitcoin's higher today. People are using that as kind of a safety play also, and then treasuries.
Taking the short again, actually.
Yeah, it's not surprising that gold is strong with everything going on in the markets and the lower dollar, the dollar that's been working lower. Now, with the dollar actually now going back negative. Am I seeing that right? The dollar's, the dollar's now negative on the day. So gold strength, not real surprising with the move lately in the U.S. dollar, but you're right. It's getting a little kick on the upside from a little bit of a little bit of risk off. I like to
there's no
watch
reason to
gold
compare,
versus the
Ahmed.
U.S. dollar in that relationship.
Or
But
Jan.
you guys mentioned earlier in this conversation crude oil. Crude oil is the head scratcher. What is crude oil? I believe that there's information in every trade. And what is crude oil telling the overall markets? Even with these cuts from OPEC Plus, man, is this real? Is this demand really going to these levels in crude oil? That is shocking how this moved. If you would have polled people, what Nathan and Tom,
it went negative.
$80 in crude oil,
It
if
went
it was going
negative.
to be under 70 or
happen
over
again.
90, most people would have said over 90 going into driving season with OPEC Plus.
It's like maybe a double top here on barbecue.
That move in crude oil is astounding in how we cruise.
Considering.
Yeah, Nathan, if you take a look at it, the post.
Wait, do any of you guys know?
That 20.
With the lot ID, so maybe it's irrelevant, but say you bought 1 share of a company today, and then you bought another share tomorrow. Then if I sold the share I bought on the first day, the next day, would that count as a day trade? Basically, with the tax lots. I haven't had to worry about this in years, but anyways, you guys know, or it doesn't matter. Any position if you open any position on today, you can't close any position without it counting, even if it's different shares. Yeah, I've seen some crazy positions on BBY on Reddit. Any of you guys have any idea? All right, this is a bottom on SPY. Is it actually going to? Yeah. All right, I like the upside. I'll take it. I just need to take profits and not sit around when it's so choppy. I guess I could find out. So basically, I'm wondering if day trading is if it counts as a day trade if you're using different lot IDs or different shares, basically. So say I bought a share today, and then tomorrow I bought another share, so I had 2 shares. But then tomorrow I wanted to sell 1 share, and I'm selling the share from the day before. I'm not selling the share I bought that day. I'm selling the share I bought the day before. Does that still count as a day trade? This would be kind of a hard question even to ask. I could ask E-Trade too if you guys don't know. You know what I mean, Tasty? Yeah, so mine is first in, first out, so that's what I'm wondering. And even if it's not, I could manually go and change it, but not to say I would do that. Right, so I'm wondering if I can get by the day trade, it being called a day trade, if I'm selling shares that I bought yesterday, and not the one that I bought today, or if it's kind of all grouped in. They said it will still count as a day trade. Bought 1 share yesterday, and then 1 bought one today, and then first in, first out, sold the share I bought yesterday. Today, that's kind of whack, really. Only stock bought in the same day. But if you think about it, like, that's kind of messed up. It should. I mean, there's certain shares. It's not just like a blanket of shares. It's like, these are shares I bought that day. Would count as a day trade still. Jeez. Thanks. Yep. All right. This just has to do with the security and not the share itself. That's what I'm chalking it up to. Nice little bounce there on SPY. Let's see, coins up 2 1/4. They had kind of bullish news the other day, but this thing's had a massive sell-off last couple weeks. 33%. Earnings, what, after hours? Yep. Well, hopefully those are good. Upstart made a new low there. See if it bounces on the support. Pretty big support here for it. Around that $12. Got earnings also a couple days. All right, SPY, let's get our rally. Let's get a gap fill. I believe it's time. That is correct. Thanks, Cameron. Elevator music. Yes, sir, Bourbon. Or Shopify. Another RSI divergence on the 5-minute. So we had this one back here. We caught the rally from that. I guess I didn't take profit soon enough. That should have been a nice move. Maybe I did. I earned up more today. Anyways, here's another RSI divergence. A 5-minute. 1488 is the floor. And I would argue it's not. That's been our ceiling. Ceiling's the one on the other end. Could be double topping. Could be just consolidating before it breaks out. It's 12.5% down to VWAP. So retest of VWAP is pretty big from here. But we are up 51% on barbecue, so looking good. Or Ensign if it's not going anywhere.
We can get headlines overnight like we saw from Pac West just last night. And it could come on the bullish side or the bearish side in terms of helping out the regional banks, or you could get, some additional, kind of news there. So we're at a very uncertain time. If you're not really clear on direction in terms of what Apple might do post earnings, I was looking at something like just an iron butterfly and going right at that 165 strike for the body. You'd be buying that 165 call, selling the 170, and then doing so on the downside as well, buying the 165 put, selling the 160 put. And if you put on a strategy like this, you're basically saying, I don't know which way it's going to go. I don't have a sense of the direction there, but I think it's going to move. And, when I was looking at this, the debit on this type of a trade was $4, which gives you
wonder if we're
your
gonna
max
get a
gain at 5, so you could make
$1,
20% on your $4 debit.
Like we would see on
Not
NASDAQ.
very sexy, but if the implied move is right at $7,
that's kind of a,
and it does go to either one of
I'm
those
very curious.
endpoints, that could result.
Is that a
in
natural
profitable
price
trade.
discovery thing of people taking profits
Yeah,
before the
Kev, let's
weekend?
take a look at this one that Nathan
How much
brought
of it
us.
is that?
Pretty
How much of it is
interesting
just
trade because he's
that's in our
buying
head and they
this
just
iron
play
condor,
what's in
we
our
call
head
it an
and sell
iron
it off.
butterfly also because it's got that same common strike where you're buying the straddle on the 165 strike in the May 5th weekly series that expires at tomorrow's close, buying the 165 call, buying the 165 put, and then also you're selling the 160 put and selling the 170 call. So $5 wide iron butterfly that we call here. You're paying $4 debit. There's your risk, $400 per spread right at 165. But you can see here from the risk profile, anything below 161 on the downside and above 169 on the upside is profitability. It doesn't look like the risk reward basis is great on this one, but at the same time, Kevin, with implied volatility starting to explode, we've seen some stocks move 2-3 standard deviations. This isn't out of the realm of possibility that, Apple could easily move more than the option market's pricing in at this point.
Yeah, what Nathan's done here, he's playing for a move. He's moved those strikes inside the expected move. And Tom, a little bit of minutia here.
I was prepared.
Apple's implied
Well,
vol
it's good you're still prepared for that because we don't know what this ship is, where it's going yet.
Low for an earnings event. It may not be
service.
low for regular times.
It's very well
but
considered
I've
going to
seen
chapter
Apple's
7.
vol break 40 many times going into their earnings event. So the volatility is not very high, which makes the option slightly
Nothing has
cheaper,
changed as far as we know.
So that is another reason
Fundamentally.
to do a trade like this, Tom, because of implied volatility that because of Apple's run is probably sitting at some low levels. Even though it's ticked up slightly, it's still historically low, Tom.
Yeah, and Nathan, when you look at something like this, it's a short-term example strategy that you're using here. And basically, over the next 24 hours after the report, you want this thing to move, more than $5 to the downside or more than $4 to the upside to get above those break-evens. But when you look at something like this, what's the thought process as far as management on something like this? What if the stock opens up at 159 or at 171? What do you look at on this?
Well, I mean, you could probably check it out in the morning, and it's going to take a little bit for that IV to kind of come down. So if it does its implied move one way or the other, and you can get out of there with roughly 80% of your profits, so you get your 80 cents rather than the dollar. Maybe you do go ahead and take that off the table. You say that's good enough. This could have gone to 5. I can get out of here for 480. If that's an option, as you let some time decay and some of that IV kind of come in a little bit, then certainly you can do that. if it gaps up or down $10 and you feel comfortable, let's say it's at 173 or it's down at 158 or somewhere around there, maybe you feel a little bit more comfortable to say, you know what, I'm just going to sit this one out. I'll monitor it, and then hopefully we'll see it end on the other side of that 161, 169 by the time we get to the close. But there's no guarantee. Yeah, you could see a gap down and the stock can move up, or vice versa. So that's just one of the risks that you have when you're in a strategy like this and you have time to work with for the 8 hours of trading, or excuse me, the 6.5 hours of trading tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a great point. When the market's open, if you can actually exit this tomorrow, and we'll probably see some big moves overnight when the option market's not open that might sway or move the stock pretty significantly. All right, great look at that example trade there in Apple going into earnings, expecting bigger than expected move in there. Thanks to Nathan Peterson for joining us, breaking down
Doesn't
markets.
seem that bad to me.
We're coming up after the break.
It's up
Kevin
almost
and I are
2% in the
joined
first
by
2
Landon
days.
Swan from Folio for a discussion on DoorDash, which has rallied about 30% so far this year, and they've got earnings after the closing bell. Stick around. Fast Markets coming right back.
None of the links from the Webull news are working. The Market Watch. That SPY. Let's break VWAP. 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 Hi, what are you doing? Okay, I closed. Not all of them, just the ones I had day trades left on. It's just ridiculous trying to get filled. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Yikes. Yikes. I know, yeah, I think it might have actually affected it. That's so crazy though. It's like SMX. Yeah, that's a lot of work to get in and out. Wow. I mean, I think I've moved to VWAP's merited, and today is Thursday, so. Well, Spy Week down there too, Holding. Spy's right at VWAP. But yeah, I did a market order. But you could hear how many fills. Let me see if I can get details on this. I don't know if it filled me all there. Like, I think it filled me all over the place because it was dancing around trying to fill it, seemed like. I'm not seeing my specific transaction. Yeah, I don't know. Why is it not showing prices here? Oh, there. Not sure. Yeah, Jimmy was getting squeezy yesterday without Spy. I don't think I mean, it seemed like I kind of caused that wick, which is strange. I didn't have that big of a position though, so probably not, but maybe since it was a market order. But what's interesting is the lack of liquidity on that fill was pretty slow. Gap to the upside, so there's a gap on barbecue up to yeah, 20 cents, that's right. I was just seeing, like, it isn't a bull flag, which I like. It did look like a double top. Yeah, I'm uncertain about OTC still. I like it so far. I'm curious to see how it plays into the weekend. Just basically trimming like half of my position. The other half I'm letting it ride. Yeah, but looking at the time and sales, I mean, there's a lot bigger orders on here, so maybe because I did it at market, it kind of caused that a little bit. So it was just hitting the ask. Drop OTC. The drop at OTC beginning to now. Yeah, we can look at little fib levels. For some retracements. So the first retracement level was at 31.8 or whatever. Is at 1297, which is real close to VWAP today. I can't remember what these percentages are. This is half. This is the one just before half. Half is at the top of this bull flag, which could be a case. 10 cents. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna get that low again though, really. And then 61.8 that pocket's at 88 cents. Or, sorry, 8 cents. Why could you see a big run for Jimmy next week? Yeah, I mean, I normally wouldn't do a market. It's just it's very, very difficult to get out and in. I'm doing markets going in too, and it's doing the same thing. It's causing it to rip. So. Was that person tweeting about me? Oh, it was written in the article. Okay, I'm like, what is happening? Yeah, I mean, it could have caused some of that, I suppose. But that's good. We want that. We want supply and demand. Like, that's price discovery. That's me saying I want to get rid of all these shares at whatever price. It's risky because yeah, if it just dumps, then I get a bad fill. But it does. Yeah. I mean, I'll try and do more limit fills. I think soon as I start buying Jimmy. So Chili Chills and Tasty are the same person? Chili was saying it's gonna run next week. I was asking him why, and then you answered him, Tasty. You answered for him. So kind of you. Today, I don't think today. We're just looking at the fib levels. John he did point out the fib levels. We do it the other way. That actually does make a difference, I believe. So yeah, the first level is kind of like right at VWAP. I wish people would put it on here. Next level is 1140, which makes sense. I will support from back here. And then I think 50% retracement is 10 cents. Around there is the top of that bull flag. Support there. And then the 61.8 or whatever, is that like the golden retracement? Is 89 cents. Or 8 cents rather. I'll have to look at it though. I don't do FIP levels too much. So moving back down to VWAP here. Price action now. No, I'm not the price action. I didn't have that big of a trade. I mean, it's. I mean, I saw orders near for 100,000. I didn't close 100,000. Buying lots of May 6, 26. Yeah, I picked up some calls this week on Yumi. I like it. Are we both probably think it's gonna run? Chili, is that why you think it's gonna run next week? Because the insider's buying? something FTD something. So barbecue made it back to VWAP. It's up 36%, 133, 134. Still kind of in this bull flag formation. I might look for a pickup today, but I might sit on my cash overnight for this account. It's all kind of an unknown with barbecue on OTC. So it's trying to take it one day at a time. And my futures long, I'm gonna close. Make some profits on there. How am I still down on the day? What is happening? Could be trader. Could be, yeah. Kind of a take profits on Friday. I may be front ran it a little bit. I'm not sure. I'm not playing AMC earnings. One more share of top. Ooh, seems risky. I sold my share the other day. Oh, it's halted down. Or no, is it halted up? This thing's just been halted going down, huh? No, I'm probably not going to buy another share of top. You got to take profits quick on after it's had its move because the bounces get smaller and smaller. You got an engulfing candle there on the daily. It's probably head back into the single digit range with some bounces on the way. They just gotta wait for it to happen again. Hey Ryan. Yeah, is KV out yet? Is that tomorrow or is that today? Well, it might be today. Yeah, I guess it's only 12:45. Wow. It seems so much later than that. I didn't, Kitty Daddy. Have calls on AMC? Jeez. Wait, noon? Noon, like central? It's almost 1 o'clock.
Trading
Is
as low as
dangerous.
1704, but it's leading the move lower. Look at
Definitely
that, down
is.
1.6% here, Tom. This has the VIX back above 20. It seems like the Fed gave the market what it wanted, but you know, now the focus has really shifted back to the regional banks, some of the concerns associated with that. I noticed the BKX, the bank index, are talking down to 70.38, Tom. I was looking at the daily chart on this. If lower today, it's down 9 out of 11 days. 4 in a row if down today, and on the weekly chart it's not much better, down 10 out of the last 13.
Yeah,
so
if it breaks
really
this level from today,
to some of the pressures we've
definitely
seen in
say,
banks and
well,
ultimately impact
not
it's having on the broader market.
20 cents right away, but
yeah, we got
18.
oil flat now, Ben, but overnight hit 1.5-year low.
20 would be the
below
gap fill, which is
$64
great,
a barrel.
but
You know, we talked
might get some
about
resistance
this
before
earlier
there.
on the show. Is it demand concerns, an economic slowdown concerns? Because it seems like if you look at the setup of production cuts and everything else that's going on with oil, the changeover to the summer blend, demand's still there. We've seen some pullback in inventories. You would expect oil to be going higher, but it's not.
Yeah, I was talking about a busy week for the indices, right? Crude oil, a volatile week to say the least. You took out the March 2020 low. I'm sorry, the March 20th low, Tom, down to, that was 64.36 today, down to 63.64. Now, keep in mind, after that March 20th low, we spiked up to 85 on those OPEC cuts that you talked about. You can see rolling back over again, and today to 63.64.
I mean, I'd be up just as much on the equity as the calls right now.
Back back in, this is basically November of 2021 lows that we were trading at. There was a double bottom back in November
out of
of
the money.
2021 and August of 2021. Again, around this level here right now, this 64, 63 level, right around the time that, well, we saw the war in Ukraine ultimately, and that run up into those highs that we saw around 120. And
This is the
so
longest
crude has seen
delay
quite
for
the
response.
declines, about halved off those levels. Price of the pump still on the rise here, still holding upper levels, stubbornly elevated. But yeah, definitely watching some volatility in crude here, and tied to demand, China uncertainties, and everything else that we discussed in terms of what's weighing on the indices, ultimately concerns about the economy as well, tied to those banks.
Yeah, time to fill up that gas tank, Ben. Oil back down under $69 a barrel. All right, thanks to Ben Lichtenstein, host of the Future Show here, breaking down markets and crude oil for us. But now let's bring in George Tillis, senior markets correspondent here on the network. George, we're talking earnings. We're talking Square/Block. This stock is severely underperformed. I don't know what the CEO.
Let's clear. Yeah, it's Thursday. We've got
touches seems
Friday.
to deteriorate a little bit the longer he's in that chair. But if you look at a company that's trying to decentralize the financial industry, moving into blockchain, cryptocurrencies a little bit, they've got their Cash App, but this stock has severely underperformed the financial industry, right?
It has, and if
you hard for companies to do share buybacks. I didn't see that. That's crazy.
I think about 9% or so, but the gap to the downside was early in March, based on Hindenburg's report that the Cash App, which is about 62% of Square or Block sales now, there's reports of them overstating effectively the number of users, but also underestimating customer acquisition costs. And I can see their point to some degree when you look at operating expenses as a percent of sales. Last quarter, they grew considerably, where sales were higher at 14%, but operating expenses were higher by over 53% year over year. So it's got really an expense issue, an operating margin issue, which were positive going back to 21 and early 2022, but are now negative. But overall, the expectations for earnings for Block this afternoon are 34 cents adjusted earnings versus 18 cents last year. So they're expecting quite a bit of an improvement compared to the same quarter last year, with 16% increase in sales expectations, around $4.58 billion. I think what the analysts will be looking for, and I think what investors will be looking for, is how are they effectively dealing with operating expenses? I think if you consider the Cash App, which is becoming more of a ubiquitous tool from a peer-to-peer payment standpoint, the company itself is actually moving to push the Cash App for more e-commerce purchases. In other words, consumers to businesses or B2C-based elements of payment processing alongside their traditional payment merchant services, which is now about a third of their total sales.
Yeah, and he tried to move this business, George, into more cryptocurrency focused. You got Bitcoin up over 70% so far this year, and this stock is down, so that's not working out. And on top of that, overpaying potentially for the Afterpay acquisition, and then also that Hindenburg research, that short report that came out in March, at the end of March, is also putting pressure on the shares. All right, thanks to George Tillis, senior markets correspondent here, helping us break down and give the backdrop here on Block. Kevin, your thoughts here real quick on Block. As I mentioned, Kevin, it's severely underperformed. It just doesn't seem to be able to right the ship here.
Yeah, but in reality, Tom, it was having a nice year until March 23rd when that Hindenburg report came out. And it's a damning report. Make no mistake, they really had some harsh comments about Square, about, like George mentioned, the user metrics and the illicit activity via the Cash App. So that being said, their earnings estimates are expected to be 35 cents, which is up 59% from last quarter, 94% from a year ago. $4.6 billion in revenue. They still have things working for this company, but that short report took an up year and made it a down year, Tom. So maybe a recovery after some upbeat earnings reports, but yeah, this stock is under pressure with that Hindenburg report.
Yeah, so I looked at a strategy here, Kev, that a little contrarian to maybe the price action. If you think maybe this is going to outperform and the stock
Thanks,
suffered
Robin
too much.
I don't know.
Here.
Yeah, I
So
guess
looked
with
at a
natural
call
price discovery, it's
diagonal
maybe
that takes
easier
advantage
to
of
read
a
the chart
grind higher here. The option
about
market's
the
pricing
manipulation and
it plus or
corruption.
minus $5 move in the shares at this point. But I gave myself a
Birds
little
at
bit of duration here, Kev. I bought it at slightly in the money call out in the June monthly cycle, the 57.5 strike call. That acts more like the stock. It's got that higher delta, right? And then in the near term, May 5th weekly series that expires at the end of the day tomorrow, selling the 65 strike call against that because
Ryan Cohen's not taking a
some
salary.
implied volatility levels that are
President
near
Trump.
200 in that option series on aggregate.
He's
and
like
you're buying about a
president of
69%
stocks.
Implied volatility on aggregate in the June option. So there's your call
That is
diagonal.
interesting.
Buying the June 57.5 strike call.
Been the
selling
case always,
May
or
5th weekly 65 strike call.
that new?
You're paying roughly $5.90 debit. Maybe it's a little bit lower, near $5.80 right now, but that's going to be your risk. Kev, your thoughts on this one? You got to break even there near $58, $59 at this point.
Maybe balance on VWAP here.
43 days on the June 57 call gives you plenty of duration. And then you get the 1 day theta, theoretical theta on the May 5th June 65 call. Gives you theta of about $46 a day, but you're going to have to do something tomorrow, right? You're going to have to extend duration, buy in that short call, or make some movement if it gets up near 65. But this is one that you're looking for a little break in the momentum on the downside, Tom. Maybe a little good news to change the story on Square, which right now is all negative. But one earnings event, one event can change a tone. As you know, they've still got viable businesses in point of sale with Square, with Cash App, with Buy Now, Pay Later. So this is still a company that was having a good year until.
I wonder if that means something other than not taking a salary.
And you mentioned tomorrow that short option expires. You got some assignment
Maybe like
risk
his
on
company
that.
is, and his company pays him out.
65 strike into earnings.
Yeah, not
but
employee.
then
That's what I'm
also,
thinking.
if the market's open, you have that ability to either close
He probably
it
just
or adjust
gets a
or
salary
roll
from
that
his
short
company.
option on a week-to-week basis, which creates credits, lowers that break-even, increases potential profitability. So you have some options there tomorrow as far as trade management goes. But the basis of this strategy is that you want it to grind higher, maybe that one standard deviation move that the option market's pricing in. All right, Kev, that's going to do it for you and I today here on Fast Market. But stick around right here on the TD Ameritrade Network. Next Gen Investing is coming up right after this.
Is it finally going to make its move up, or just continue with the W pattern? I close out of my long, just I guess because of lack of patience. I don't know. Nice looking 5-minute flag there. Just below VWAP. Leaving the board. That would, if there was price discovery on the sell side for GME, that would cause crazy sell-off, I would imagine. It's a proper W formation. Oh, SPY breaking up above VWAP. Barbecue also bouncing on VWAP. Wow, SPY, look at you go. Yeah, they changed them. They were good old days. High regulators secured by FINRA and SEC. Mary L. Shapiro. Yeah, I think so. G. Jonesy. Oh. Eyes moving up here. Love VWAP. Barbecue is still hanging out on VWAP, close to it. Little bounce off of it. See if it's repeating yesterday. Actually, I never made it, but it did kind of double bottom in that bull flag. Where it could be kind of double bottoming in this bull flag today.
Pretty much exactly what we were expecting, but we're still seeing some selling in reaction.
It just feels a little bit different this point in the week than it did earlier in the week. It just feels like you read more uneasiness, you feel the uneasiness, and quite frankly, I think it matches the reality a little bit more. So I'm not surprised to see some weakness. We're still well over 4,000. It's still been a nice year so far, but we can't shy away from the fact there are risks out there. And the market hasn't necessarily reflected that. And so I think it's natural, but man, is it Friday yet? It feels like this has been the longest week ever, and we've only gotten through one of the major events that we talked about at the beginning of the week.
Right, we still have Apple, which of course we'll be diving more into later on in this show, but we'll kick things off here with our upvote and downvote segment, then we'll chart and trade our upvotes. And of course, our FOMO discussion today is naturally all things Apple ahead of its second quarter print today after the closing bell. Arguably one of the biggest market moves of the week.
Apple earnings after hours,
Shopify
yikes.
also making a really nice move higher today, rallying after its decision to trim 20% of its workforce. Last but not least, our under 30 name today is Lyft ahead of its first quarter earnings today after the closing bell with a nice 5% week-to-date rally.
I think this next hour is going to be a nice break for market coverage. It's a little bit more on the micro stock-specific front. So much of what's going on has been tied to the Fed. So much has been tied to macro and financials. There's other stories here to unpack, and I'm excited we get to do that, especially in the midst of a pretty big earnings season. So let's, of course, kick it off here with upvote, downvote, Jenny. Not endorsements, not recommendations. A few names on here that we talk about quite often, but a couple that we haven't talked about in quite a while. And the first one I think fits that bill, and that's Coinbase. So this is the stock that, of course, was so much in the news, always when crypto was soaring, when crypto wasn't so much as soaring. Crypto's quietly been okay, but I haven't heard much about Coinbase.
I think that's probably for the best because I also feel like they became under scrutiny with some of the regional bank fallout.
Wearing a nice dress
there was
today.
that concern with
A full
FTC
screen.
and their ties to Coinbase. But Coinbase is up almost 2%
No, that's true,
now,
Trader. That is an
ahead of its
interesting
quarterly update
point.
today after the closing bell. We are seeing analysts
So
expect
they
a
did
first
delayed
quarter
it.
loss of around $198 per share on revenue
But
of
I didn't hear any
$655
timeline
million,
for when they
which
delayed
would
it
be a
till.
slight improvement from year-ago levels. And despite efforts to really diversify
yeah, I
into
really
its
don't know.
subscription
That could
and
be
services
that could definitely be a
businesses,
catalyst.
the price of Bitcoin does remain somewhat critical for a name like Coinbase. With its core customer base remaining U.S. investors, Coinbase is pretty sensitive to these overall bear and bull dynamics. Because of this, traders then tend to pile into this name when we're seeing Bitcoin rising, and then when we see prices falling, we see sort of the inverse effect. But a Mizuho analyst did say their detailed revenue build points to at least 20% downside to consensus in both the second quarter and full year in 2023. 2023 as muted trading volumes overall here and a sharp decline in USDC market cap are likely to weigh on Coinbase's current results. They did disclose back in March that the SEC had sent a so-called Wells notice to the company. We saw a pretty massive move to the downside in reaction, but this name has been able to shake off those negative headwinds pretty well, at least so far this year. Up almost 40% now on the year, Alex, although down 8.5% for the week. It's still up 56% from its 52-week low, which I know is nowhere near where it once was, but all relatively speaking, it's been an outperformer in 2023.
You know what I hear in that is just a bunch of big percentages, and that just means it moves. This thing moves around a lot, and it clearly has moved around a lot, just like Bitcoin moves around quite a bit. But what I'm going to be focused on is how the monthly active user count is looking for this company. Expectations are for them to be lower than they were a year ago at this time, but potentially bounce back sequentially as crypto's done a little bit better. Maybe the excitement around that space is increasing, but 44% drop in revenue is what estimates are suggesting. That's a big number year over year. So we'll see ultimately where things shape up. But I'm going to say down vote on this one. There's other names on this list that I think just garner more relevant attention right now. And I think one of the ones that fits that bill is Block, formerly known as Square.
Block, Square, whatever you want to call it. We did preview this name last week, so as promised, we are diving more into those numbers now today ahead of its quarterly update.
Doesn't even summon Jenny with
seen pretty consistent
their
growth
emoji.
as a company, as we've seen with its gross profit, which does expand at an average compound annual growth rate of around 45% over the last 5 years. However, naturally, when looking at this name and looking at this chart, you can see they've had their fair share of hiccups. They did post a $114 million net earnings loss during their fourth quarter, plus their quarterly adjusted earnings of 22 cents per share did fall short of expectations last quarter. So for the first quarter, we are expecting earnings of around 31 cents per share. Revenues about 4.6 billion. Consensus earnings estimates have actually been revised slightly higher over the last month, and the company has more earnings beats than misses. But as we know, similar to actually a name like Coinbase, this company moves in massive swings. Shares are down about 4% now for the year. About 45% from their 52-week high. Still up from their low, but a name that has been really hit, I'd say sentiment has been hit overall, really since that short report about a month ago.
Yeah, this is a name that's become more polarized as a result of that, Jenny. So I think of a name right now that seems to either be a successful company or, quite frankly, one that just is not. And so it doesn't really have that middle ground, it seems, anymore. But we'll see how the report ultimately shapes up. One thing that I saw was there's an expectation for margin expansion. That's the case. They're one of the few names that is going to be able to say that, with costs rising so much in day-to-day business operations for companies. I wonder also, Jenny, do you think they regret the name change? It seems like they marked the top in blockchain as they made that switch. But nonetheless, we'll say upvote for that one. Excited for this report. Next one is Expedia. We've read a lot about
might make a move to the upside here.
movement towards
Full flag, it's
buying
above
goods to
VWAP.
services, and you'd think that might bolster a company like Expedia.
You'd think, based on the cruise lines this week, we're seeing a nice.
There's other streams of BBY and they're delayed.
And we're also seeing a nice move higher.
I don't even have like extremely low latency on either.
Really strong
like
earnings.
normal
We'll
low
see
latency.
that's reflected in some of these OTAs, like Expedia, which does report today after the
Buys
close
moving
of
up.
bell as well. Now, revenues pegged at around 2.7 billion, which would suggest growth of about 20% year over year.
Let's get a
on
gap
earnings
fill
that are
here.
expected to pretty much break even, which would be a pretty vast improvement from losses reported of 48 cents per share last year. Their first quarter performance overall is expected to have benefit from these increased bookings, owing to really this growing travel demand among
all your brokers are. You can't get them to
further rising room
give you
nights
better
stayed
data.
at hotels and alternative accommodations might have continued to accelerate in this quarter as the consumer shifts more away from goods into experiences. The sentiment we've been saying now for months. However, the impacts of some of these
I guess this
ongoing
delay's only like
geopolitical
15 seconds or
tensions,
whatever.
as well as macroeconomic uncertainties, are expected to remain headwinds into this upcoming print, Alex. This name has been somewhat quiet.
Although trading
year.
it
It's relatively
based on my
unchanged now
my
on a year-to-date
screen is
basis.
crazy.
Still down 40% from its 52-week high, down about 6% from this week. So it's interesting because while we are seeing some strength in some tourism-related stocks, like the cruise lines, for example, that has not bled over into some of these companies like an Expedia.
Yeah, this stock got crushed at the early parts of last year, falling from about 215 a share, just over 200, let's call it, down to about 100, and it's really done nothing since. I know it's a little bit below that now, around 90, but this thing's just chopped sideways for the better part of the year. It's not really off its lows, but it's nowhere near where it used to be. So maybe we get some action. That's what I'll be excited for, one way or another. Just break out of this range and give us something to talk about for this one. Until then, though, I'm going to say downvote because it just hasn't lived up to any hype here thus far. Next one, though, is DraftKings. This one certainly moved, and it's moved quite a bit to the upside recently, but another name, Jenny, that, yeah, the comeback looks nice until you just zoom out that chart.
It really does, because it's up almost 88% year to date, despite the move lower today, down over 3% now in real time. They are expected, though, to post a first quarter revenue of around $704 million, well above the revenue they posted a year ago of $417 million. On losses expected to come in around 88 cents per share, which would be well below the earnings they reported a year ago of $1.07. Now, their average monthly unique paying customers will be closely watched as a source of growth for this company. They did end the prior quarter with about 2.6 million average monthly unique paying customers. Market will also be looking for any progress in the company's average revenue per monthly unique payer, ending last quarter with an average of 109, which was up 42% from a year ago. But this company needs these massive levels of growth to maintain this momentum because the street has punished DraftKings for not being able to match its prior levels of really healthy double-digit percentage growth on a year-over-year basis. Now, we see investors also watching the company's comments on its customer retention as well as monetization in its existing states and the launches of products. Now, these factors contributed to the company achieving about 81% revenue growth in the prior quarter. So again, pretty tough expectations now into this earnings event, with also shares up 119% from their 52-week low. But again, Alex, you zoom out, it all paints a completely different picture in DraftKings, but still outperforming a lot of its peers. A name like Penn is one I closely relate to. I know they're slightly different, but DraftKings has been able to hold on to this nice rally quite better than some of its online gaming peers.
Yeah, this is like the true growth name within this space. It's still in customer acquisition phase. It's spending a ton on marketing and incentives to get new players, or payers as they call them, in the realm. And we'll see if it's enough. I mean, we got to at some point get to a point where this is a profitable company and it turns that corner. It's not there yet, but it's still trying to build its customer base in a business that, quite frankly, has been proven by many. We'll see, though. Analysts are applying about a 20% growth in those MUPs, or new users, and about a 32% increase in the actual revenue that they get off the average MUP. So a little bit of kind of double growth here. Get more players and make a little bit more off each one of them. We'll see what happens. Going to say upvote for this one. DraftKings always seems to be a Friday morning earnings.
And, you know, DraftKings is also one of these ones. I've been really into the NBA playoffs, so I'm excited to talk more about DraftKings as it is right now sort of peak season for a name like DraftKings. We'll also be looking at some example trades as well as technical levels in block ahead of its quarterly update. We'll be diving more into both of those names. Stick around.
BBBYQ,
Investing. We'll be
consolidating here. Looks very similar price action to yesterday, which is just bullish rallies and consolidating, and then more bullish rallies. And so we'll see if end of week has anything different for it, or if it just kind of keeps towing this all the way into close. SPY's moving up here. You get differences from three brokers? Well, some of them must have delays. I think Jenny is short for Jennifer, or is she full-blooded Jenny? A deep question. The most updated? Easy, trader, easy. It's a big move already. Big move already. Goes along here, it's kind of rejecting. Makes sense too. Just Got 15 minutes for this candle to close. Not quite engulfing on the hourly. But still, yeah, it's just a bigger range on the flag, it looks like, compared to the last 2 days. These days the range was tighter on the flag, and then today this is the pole, and this is the range on the flag. It's like a 10-15% range. Ah, Eric. We have so far to go, though. Move that line. I think it was this one. Yeah, 17. I'm moving up. Full flagging as well. Vertu? Oh man. Wait, what do you mean? Say barbecue? I don't know what you're saying about Vertu. The insiders are selling COO selling 57%. What's this have to do with anything else? It's SPY. That daily candle's getting awful hammer-like.
Oversold area when we were breaching support recently in the 59 level there. So that could have been a more positive
or
sign
him selling
here.
is
RSI can be
realizing a lot of
confirmatory
gains and releasing a lot of
action.
collateral
You
he can then use. Hold his
want
position.
to see if you were bearish,
his collateral being tied
move
up
below
with
support and
equities
price
that change in
and
value
move
and
into the
are probably gonna go
oversold
down.
area on the RSI at the same time in this name. But that didn't play out, so perhaps it was a clue that it wasn't going to be the downside breakout that you know, could have happened here.
I don't know anything about that.
If we do keep trending lower, though, if this 59 level does not hold, check out this light green dashed line. This is the $53 mark. That's around where prices started to bottom out from back here. So maybe between about 53 to 51.30 or so, that could be a point where buyers might be willing to step in on this name if it gets beaten up even more here. But in terms of upside resistance, we've got our 21-day exponential moving average coming in around 62.70. Let's call it 63. And that would put us roughly at the same level as our volume profile point of control, the area of heaviest trading. So resistance confluence around the $63 level. So 63 to the upside, 53 to the downside.
Okay, Lords, we're still having a barbecue.
Being the line in the sand to hold here.
So 53, 63, easy math to remember there, Rick. And we also are seeing the market pricing in around a $5 move in either direction. So considering this now, Alex, when looking at example trade,
SPY, this is the way.
And then utilizing the fact that we are
408,
let's
go.
Upward end of that range right now, leaning more neutral to bullish.
Yeah, upwards end of that range, so maybe a little bit tougher to expect a ton of extra move to the upside if you are bullish. But still a name that has underperformed so gravely given that Hindenburg research report that has really pushed the stock lower and kind of maintained it lower relative to so much of its tech peers that have made pretty nice comebacks. So say you are neutral to bullish, you're factoring in that $5 move, and you're looking at a super short-term trade like something that expires tomorrow for this earnings-related trade illustration. I have something that is just outside that market maker move.
No, not high day, not yet.
Prices and spitting out a one standard deviation range. So looking at a skewed put butterfly, tomorrow's expiration, the 59, 57, 50. And so what this really is looking at is essentially two separate trades combined into one. One purchase of the 59, 57 put vertical, one selling of the 57, 50 put vertical. But what you'll notice is you're selling a $7 wide spread versus buying a $2 wide spread. That's why this is able to be done for a credit. If it's done for a 50-cent credit, that brings the break even down to 54.50, which is below that market maker move target, which is around, let's call it, 55 if you take a $60 stock minus $5. And so with this just outside that level, the best case scenario though would be a move right to those short strikes, so a move slightly lower to around 57. In that case, this thing can expand to as much as 250. But because it's done for a credit, if the stock maintains its value or moves higher, you simply would take that credit. Those options would hopefully expire, and then you would be able to capture that profit that way, which would be $50. If the stock does plunge, it is risk defined, Jenny. $450 is the risk on this one, below $50. So it'll need basically a move twice as big as what the options markets are pricing as a one standard deviation likelihood.
That was me.
So you're going to need kind of a surprise reaction to get all the way below that lowest bound.
And given the magnitude of some of the moves we're seeing today post earnings, I would say that's not necessarily surprising in these current market conditions. But now our next name today is DraftKings, which is down about 3%. But Rick, I was honestly looking at a lot of the analyst coverage on this name. We see price targets ranging all the way from $15 a share to $38. So a pretty wide range of expectations for DraftKings, especially ahead of this quarterly update.
Yeah, quite a few divergences there in terms of the price targets, but it's been looking more like a rising wedge type shape here.
Oh, you're saying new high day coming?
These lows that we saw back in December, trending upwards.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get a little gap fill.
And we have a sharper,
steeper
trend line going across the lows, a shallower sloping trend line going across the highs. We had an interesting situation earlier this week as well. It was looking like we were going to perhaps break out from this pattern. But we stopped around the 22.74 level in terms of the intraday highs, closed around 22.60. And it doesn't look like it was in the cards for this one in terms of a true breakout. We retreated back to within the boundaries of our pattern.
Held through this. I don't know why I closed this one. It's making a nice little bull flag.
Worked out in favor of the
Wasn't
bulls.
patient.
Check out the RSI.
Below VWAP, and I didn't
you
like
can
it.
see that when we peaked
ended up closing and then
before
buying back in up here.
that yearly high, we can see that we were crossed into the overbought area. We dropped off a little bit, price consolidated and bottomed out near 2040. Then we made new highs in price, but RSI did not make new highs, and it also did not cross into the overbought area. So we had some bearish divergence there, and that would be as I said, perhaps a signal that maybe it wasn't going to be the convincing upside breakout that bulls might have been hoping for here. So now we're left with a range to watch between 2040 to the downside, this green dashed line, that was where we bottomed out previously, and 2260 or so to the upside based on our high close. So we've got a couple pretty clear areas to watch, and as I said, this is a rather straightforward chart here. It's trending upward, moving averages, trending upward, moving averages are diverging apart from each other. The faster ones are above the slower ones. So really, I'm not seeing much that would point to a halt in this upward trend, save for the divergence that we saw in momentum here. So keep an eye on that and watch the two areas that I mentioned earlier for support and resistance.
Ripping pretty good. It's getting to the high of the day.
Given some of the inflections and I'd say differences we see, divergences really between RSI and then price, and a lot of these technical levels I think can get confusing. So it's actually, I'd say, pretty positive to see things trending upward.
Barbecue moving up a little bit.
Been really strong year
that
today.
1395.
There. Appreciate all of the insight.
42%.
Rick Ducat, our chart master. So Alex, when trading this name, also considering the fact that we have been in a pretty strong uptrend now with shares down about 3% on the session, also walk us through what you're thinking, then leaning into a more neutral bullish strategy.
Yeah, think about the quarter that we're actually reporting here in DraftKings. Think of all the events on the sporting front that took place during that time. You got national championships in college basketball and college football. You have the Super Bowl. and you read about them. For the most part, it sounded like all things went pretty well for sports books during those events. So some of their biggest events in terms of wagering during the year, and they went a little bit better than expected. That's usually a
I don't know, Robin Lee.
For potential
I'm not
outperformance.
sure.
But again, they're comparing to a similar quarter, so
I took off some risk.
events are often captured during that time frame.
But price action
I
looks
look at
good.
something here, Jenny, that is a short put vertical, neutral to bullish, slightly below the market here, and so with
probably
that,
should be
again,
buying
just
it
going out to tomorrow's
back
expiration,
at
the 20 and
near
a
VWAP.
half, 19 and a half put vertical.
But I'm just
if you did this for a
not too
30-cent credit, for example, well, that would bring your break even down to 20.20, so about $1 below the current share price on $70 in risk. So what this really allows you to do when you're looking at a $20-ish stock is do a trade that's relatively small. And so, Jenny, again, just compare this to the one that we just looked at in block. It's substantially smaller in total risk, but still relatively high probability of success as that break even is below the current share price. However, it is notable market maker
probably getting back in too
here,
soon.
Jenny, and the $21
I'm trying to
stock,
fight that a little
that's
bit.
nearly 10%. So combine that with the fact that the stock's already down 3%, that's telling you there's an expectation that this thing could make a pretty big swing.
Thinking there could be some profit taking.
That would happen to the upside.
Maybe
yeah,
today,
absolutely.
maybe
and I
tomorrow.
think, like Rick said, from a technical level,
I
we're
really
seeing
don't know.
that the technicals do
Art
match
still
that
looks good.
upward momentum, but we'll obviously have to wait and see once we get these results today after the closing bell, and then that earnings call tomorrow morning. But also important to keep in mind for both of our example trades today, they do contain multiple legs that can lead to higher transaction fees.
Right at the
Short
high of the
options can
day.
be assigned at any time, and carrying option positions into expiration can add risk, like unanticipated exercise or assignments. Now, coming up next, it's time for the earnings event of the day, I'd say, and that is FOMO. We're looking at all things Apple, expected to report their second quarter today after the closing bell.
I'm gonna close it. I closed my longs there. No need to hang on with that last bit. There's still some upside. Gap fill and then really 408. Yeah, I could still make a move up there. I'll take off some. Take the profits. I don't think there's any certain time frame for when they need a buyout. What do you mean? Overtrade. Yeah, that's the thing. Overtrade. 100%. Yep. Yeah, that's why one of my notes is like a goal, not a goal, but once I get to a certain amount, just stop and close it down. It's a little different now that I'm streaming, but yeah, I still could and just keep streaming. But it's hard. It's hard if you're standing in front of it and you see what you think is an opportunity to not trade it. But yeah, having not a goal, but like a limit. If I make this much, I'm just be content on the day. Oh, you're talking about barbecue. They needed one by the end of the month or in June. I'm not sure on the dates on that. Yeah, I mean they're in chapter 11 now, so there are definitely some dates. Yeah, I can't remember all the dates on it, honestly. Let me see. I did have some of them marked in here. They disappeared. There were so many dates that we heard on that bankruptcy hearing. Started marking them down, but yeah, I don't have them all off memory. But yeah, there definitely are some deadlines, so. Private brokerage account? No, I'm able to trade them on mine. I'm having no problems. Trading
bring
OTC.
a sale, and the stock immediately dropped over 64%. And Western Alliance shortly after actually came back and denied the report and said it is categorically false in all respects. And they also stated that they are not exploring a sale, nor has it hired an advisor to explore strategic options. And they also, added to that report that there wasn't any single element of the article that is true. And they believe that the Financial Times has allowed itself to be an instrument of short sellers and as a conduit for spreading false narratives about a financially sound and profitable bank. That is a quote from them. So as soon as they made that announcement, the stock actually did reverse. It's still down on the session, as you can see, but it is making its way back. We still see a fair amount of halts because of the volatility, but it is just important to be able to try to get these stories straight, because yesterday, PacWest actually did announce that they are looking at strategic options, and one of those strategic options is actually potentially selling its $2.7 billion lender finance loan portfolio. They're moving that to the held for sale category on their balance sheet, which is a big deal. That means that they are intending to potentially sell those assets instead of having those on the held to maturity side of the balance sheet here. And they are also looking at other options. So these stories, although we have seen some of these comments about strategic options when we talked about SVB or FRC, it is important to note that we have to be able to distinguish how each of these banks are trying to mitigate risk and also trying to be able to weather the storm here when it comes to the stock volatility. And Western Alliance is now fighting back here a little bit, and we are seeing the stock actually reverse. So a lot of news coming out. I'm sure that we will probably get more news in the coming days, the coming hours, but this volatility has just been something remarkable to see over the last month.
Yeah, Kevin, I completely agree, and I feel like it's almost more
reassuring really hard to hear today?
See a sell-off in just one specific name, but today seeing that collective weakness, I think, does spark fears. Is this a PacWest or a Western Alliance story, or is this a broader regional bank story? And I was actually seeing that PacWest did say in a statement that was released at midnight Thursday evening or Thursday morning, I guess, per se, that they actually hadn't seen their core customer deposits up since the end of the first quarter, hadn't seen any unusual activity since the fall of First Republic Bank. So I thought that would be perceived as good news. I guess not today, though. So I'm curious your thoughts when you look at and assess this situation. Do you think it's important to look at the broader scope of things or look on a name-by-name basis?
I think it's going to be on a name-by-name basis. Even though we look at the broader scope as far as these banks, we also have to just kind of keep in mind each bank has their own financial situation. Their balance sheet looks different. Their loan-to-value portfolio looks different. Their cash deposit compared to loan ratio is different as well. So that's going to be the key area. And we also have to just kind of keep in mind perception's everything, Jenny, and that's why at Western Alliance, I believe, is back at the Financial Times, because if they are
consolidating up here,
trying to weather the
I think I might want to make a break for that gap.
Stock price drop over 60%, and they may get worried and then pull out deposits even on a story that might not be true. And that's the risk that we have in this marketplace right now. It's not so much that the bank might be at risk. Held to maturity situations have occurred since the banking institutions have been in business. It's a part of the business. That's why they don't mark them to market every quarter. And in fact, it would be pretty much impossible to mark every single loan to the current market value every quarter. That would be the same as me getting appraisal on my house every quarter. It's just not something that's not feasible here. So it's just, it's very interesting to see this type of dynamic. And if you look at the stock moves to the downside, this could cause some more fear. And that's what they're trying to mitigate here, because that could cause, obviously, a bank run. And then that could also then lead to a situation that could be bad for the bank. So right now, I think it's on a case-by-case basis. West Coast banks have been impacted. Not surprisingly, they have a fair amount of tech exposure as well as
the least you can do,
and a little bit of healthcare as well, but healthcare has been fairly strong. So I think we just have to just kind of stay calm, get the data, look at the data, hear from these banks, and then make your own decision on how viable these companies are.
Stay calm is, I think, something I want to shout from the rooftops, because I agree. I think it's all about perception right now, but I think that can stray away from some of the fundamentals and the actual balance sheets of a lot of these companies. It does feel like it's sort of this fear cloud that I'm waiting to dissipate, but we will leave it there. Appreciate all of the insight. Kevin Green, senior markets correspondent for the network. Now I'd like to bring back in Alex, and it's time for FOMO. So naturally, we are looking at all things Apple, which is expected to report its second quarter figures today after the closing bell. Feels like finally, we've talked about this, we've previewed this long enough, we're finally almost on the brink of these earnings.
Yeah, I'm going to let you give sort of the figures here, and I have a lot of thoughts on this one. I think ultimately, though, what I will say right now, Apple, I think there's a possibility they may have wished that it reported alongside so many of its other peers and was sort of hidden in the bunch. All eyes are going to be on this one. All the blemishes of this report are going to be completely out there. If there is any, of course, there's always room for surprise, but they're on an island here, Jenny. Nothing else really is going to matter for at least, the first hour that these numbers are coming out.
Yeah, very interesting that they are reporting this week, like you said, on an island, because last quarter they reported alongside Alphabet, Amazon, all their mega cap peers. I'm a little bit skeptical on this decision as well, but what I do know is Apple still looks relatively strong on the year, up almost 30%. It is down about 1.3% this week, but up 35% from their 52-week lows here. And they do typically use their second quarter earnings reports to tell investors about how much money their board has authorized to spend on share repurchases and dividends, with analysts expecting that number to come in around $90 billion for the second quarter. Now, from 2012 through the end of 2022, Apple did spend over $572 billion on its share repurchases, which is an absolutely massive number to me. But we are expecting in terms of their second quarter results, earnings to come in around $144 a share on revenue that is expected to slightly moderate from year-ago levels. Now, looking forward, the street is expecting about $84 billion and $94 billion in their third and fourth quarter revenues, respectively, which is pretty optimistic, especially when you consider the fact that a lot of these numbers have not bottomed or really come down since their first quarter print, despite the fact that shares have consistently outperformed. So that does beg the question of Apple's valuation now into the second quarter report, Alex. But I also think that iPhone will be all in focus. They've really talked a lot about their iPhone 14 Pro models, as well as the Pro Max, as their high-end models have been seen as that higher margin option for a name like Apple. We'll have to see if they're able to meet these expectations that were dampened slightly back in the first quarter. But as far as analysts in terms of coverage on this name, there's still a really strong conviction, about 10 strong bulls, 10 somewhat bullish calls, 2 neutral, and 1 sell rating. So really strong conviction of the analysts that cover this name. The price target right now on average is around 176, which doesn't imply a ton of upside over the next 12 months, but still obviously is higher than where we're currently trading, given the fact that we have outperformed already on the year. So I'm a little bit nervous because I feel like right now this is the last market event of the week, so there is a lot of eyes on these numbers today, Alex.
Yeah, jobs data as well tomorrow morning could throw a wrench into things, but I will say that this is one of the primary things of focus surely left on the week. But what I'm going to say is you have kind of two counteracting forces with Apple. You have, of course, this idea that it's a more quality company, has really, really strong investor sentiment, and seemingly always finds dip buyers. At the same time, you have a company that buys a ton of its own stock and does a lot of shareholder-friendly things that help the stock price over time, seemingly. At the same time, you have a stock that's or a company that's expected to show declining revenue, declining earnings, margin compression, and in its fastest growing part of its business, tremendous deceleration in growth. So the actual numbers certainly can be better than expected, and that's your potential, I guess, positive surprise. But we're looking at a name that's been truly resilient through all of this, has done well over the last couple of years, all things considered, but I don't see what the ultimate positive takeaway is going to be. It can be better than the negative expectations, and that can be positive in quotes, but declining revenue, compressing margins, slower growth in your fastest growing division, and of course declining earnings. None of that is really what you want to hear if you're a shareholder of Apple.
No kidding. I think especially considering the fact that we did hear from Qualcomm today, and we're seeing a really negative reaction in Qualcomm as a result of its quarterly update. But Qualcomm gave a lot of negative indicators for Apple's report, seeing some declines in their China iPhone or smartphone shipments per se, also seeing some declining global smartphone shipments. This does not bode well for now Apple, as the majority of their revenue, or at least over 50%, is still derived from the iPhone. So it does really still matter. We talk about services, we talk about growth in Macs, we talk about their wearables, but what really matters to this report, I think, is still the iPhone is still king for Apple. So the fact that Qualcomm has given some glimpse of weakness into the smartphone market from the worldly perspective, that doesn't necessarily give me a lot of positivity. However, I will say that Apple does tend to then outperform expectations. I mean, historically speaking, they've been able to fare what has been very difficult market conditions very well.
No doubt, and it seems every time that they do disappoint, buyers still flock to this company because it's had that proven track record. That can change in a dime, not suggesting the stock's going to go down, not suggesting buyers are going to come in if that does happen. But I do have a strategy, Jenny, say you were looking at a trade illustration around this, that sort of reflects that sentiment. Again, I described two counteracting forces that are sort of at odds with each other. Well, what could that lead to? Well, that could lead to an underperformance of the move.
No, I'm not playing the earnings.
It could lead to a potentially neutral reaction
if I were, I would
to
just
these earnings.
probably play the futures.
I looked at a neutral strategy, but as I described,
or
I
leverage.
still see this one as potentially
beta
asymmetrical risk to the downside, so I gave it a little bit more
not really an
room
expiration
to the downside. And so what I looked at here was a $5 wide iron condor in tomorrow's expiration, selling the 155 put, selling the 172.5 call,
kind of waiting on that today.
buying the $5 wide wings, $1 credit, which means $400 in risk. You can see the break even,
change the camera
173.5. It's a range-bound strategy. 4-to-1 risk-reward ratio, but Jenny, this is an overnight trade essentially. Tomorrow's the expiration, so yeah, it's not the greatest risk-reward in a huge move. Obviously, you got 4 times more risk than reward potential. But we described the methodology and the thought process to coming to this. It just comes down to if you have a different opinion or a different outlook, this wouldn't be the strategy to use. But casting a fairly wide net here, slightly inside the market making move on the upside.
What do you guys plays?
Double it on the downside, or just under double it on the downside. So you can see, in a way, it's neutral to bearish because it gives a little bit more room to the downside.
Yeah, but fairly neutral, obviously. And when looking at Apple today, we are down about 0.5%. So not seeing really any sort of big move into this earnings quarter print. But we will be obviously watching those numbers and, of course, watching the market reaction tomorrow morning. But that does it for our FOMO segment. Coming up next, we will look at a name that is undoubtedly seeing some strength on the session. That is Shopify, which shares up roughly 25% now on the day. We'll dive more into the latest news and what's driving the stock higher coming up next.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started.
High's coming down here a little bit. Good, I didn't go back long. That's a good point. One day, you just get IV crush then. So that's worse than time decay around earnings. The last 15 minutes searching. May we have time for the stalking horse bid. June 2nd, the date where we must have something. Concord Concretized? Never heard that word before. Oh, is it concretized? You're making up a word? They just give you a membership? Nice. Caravana. Hey, baby Caravana. Concretize? Concretize. You concrete something. How it is? Oh, I forgot about that divergence in the RSI there on the SPY. I might be bearish for Apple earnings. Just for the TA wise, mate. I don't know. I opened a short here even. Concretize.
Concretize.
Concretize. To make an idea or concept real, give specific or definite form. Yeah, it's what you think it would be from the root concrete. That's crazy. Concretize.
Concretize.
Yeah, that is. It actually is a word. Yeah, 145. We'll see on we'll see what happens here on barbecue. Kind of hanging out around VWAP, not quite the same bullishness as yesterday. We did make it to VWAP today, and yesterday we didn't even, and then the bounce out of there was pretty quick. So if we're looking to repeat yesterday, we'll close around 1492, or somewhere at the top of this bull flag. But I mean, we're still up 41%, which is legit. It's up more than we were yesterday. Turned to solid like concrete. So we've got basically like a month for catalyst of epic proportions on barbecue. There's a SPY coming down. Just this candle here breaking down from those supports. Looked a little bearish, but I'm good. I'm good on the trade. It's still pretty early. It's weird. It seems like today's later. Got some puts on old Carvani. And Matt. Jenai.
Weakness throughout the market, but that does it for this segment. And coming up next, it's time for Under 30. We are looking at another name that has seen some strength this week. Not seeing some strength today, but that is Lyft ahead of its first quarter report, which is expected today after the closing bell. We'll discuss more with George Tillis coming up next.
What was that sell-off on MMAT from? That's massive. From earnings? Oh, what did they announce? Oh, share offering? Yep. Oh. Perhaps barbecue vendor in this city only accepts German marks. I don't know what you're talking about most of the time, G. Jonesy. Gotta kind of do complete thoughts when you're talking over text. To concretize. Trinity, you kept sharing stuff. Let me look here. What you showed me, outstanding shares 117 million. This is from 11/26/2022 though. Now you're showing me expert market. Outstanding shares 3.9 billion. Transfer. Excuse me, sorry. Transfer agent verified. What are you showing here? Saying this is transfer agent verified. Expert market. One file's pink, current, and outstanding share structure. Oh, this one's pink, current information. I still don't understand what you're saying. I understand you're trying to say that the outstanding share is 117 million. It could be. This is not evidence to me because I see this date here, and this is not consistent with what the brokerage is showing, inconsistent with what we think was the share offering. But the only evidence we have is that they haven't said that they've completed the offering yet. But that doesn't mean they haven't done any. Guys, is Jenny on? She's not even on.
A pure play when it comes to the rideshare business, but unfortunately for them, the sales growth just isn't enough for them to make economic positive profits, and I think that's one of the challenges and why you've seen the stock actually down about 50% over the last year, whereas if you look at Uber, there's a huge divergence. That stock is higher by about 30%, and in post-earnings, which I believe were last week, the stock actually has performed quite well.
You know, George, you're sort of alluding to this, but we're talking about a business that naturally, because of its competitive nature, is a low-margin business. Uber's been able to now find a way to not only double, but somewhat triple, if not quadruple dip through its kind of business in terms of food delivery and logistics, the things that you said, to kind of counter that, get more out of their partnerships with their drivers. In the case of Lyft, it's a business that needs to grow tremendously. Scale is how you counter low-margin business. but it can't because it can't really compete with Uber because Uber is bigger already and has these other revenue streams to kind of allow it to continue to pressure prices. To me, this is a situation where Uber's doing exactly what they want. They're slowly killing off their competition. They're not trying to deliver the death blow and all of a sudden be the only game in town and have monopoly issues or antitrust issues. So you look at this, and this seems like it's going according to plan from Uber's standpoint. But what does that mean for Lyft?
Can't get me with that one.
Well, that's a good question.
Pack
I
W, hold
can't
it down
say
again?
for sure, but I will say, looking at always the language.
I want to get a
market,
short position,
also
but I kind of want to wait till after Apple's
your
earnings.
Economic margins. I mean, at the end of the day, we talk about scalability, which is extremely
400.
important, especially for
Yeah,
growth
I mean, the
companies.
TA would definitely.
It's basically how much additional
like we're in a
revenue you're
downtrend now.
generating relative to additional
It's
costs.
double top,
And
RSI
when you
divergence.
generate
It's got everything you
much
need.
more
Bearish
revenue,
MACD, red under the 9.
and of course, your per unit cost or per service cost in
So
this
yeah,
case
I do
is
want
lower,
shorts.
For every additional dollar generated. That
This gap
improves your
fill could
economic
come
margin, and that's
shortly.
really the big
Tomorrow's
difference
Friday, though.
between the two
A
businesses.
sell-off on a Friday would be very,
if you just
very
look at
bearish
their
for next
income
week.
statements,
That'd
when
make
you
next
look
week
at
probably
the
a
operating
big red
cash
week.
flow for Uber, it's substantively
300s.
higher than Lyft, which is actually negative. And when you look at the net income margin, also it's negative for Lyft, whereas it's positive, slightly positive for Uber. And that gives you an idea that, look, you're going to pay
about today,
for
I mean, we've
returns on equity. And
been in a
that's
pretty
what the
big sell-off
market is
since
doing
yesterday.
here by purchasing
That was large and a
Uber
gap down, and
relative to maybe
we
not
haven't really
maybe
retraced.
Lyft.
We've just consolidated
But
more
when
or
it
less.
comes down to the business,
So
I think
bear flag.
there's viability. That's the challenge here. I don't necessarily think this is a dire situation for Lyft. I think it comes down to, one, can they generate additional, perhaps subscription revenues? Can they actually start to encroach upon the food delivery business? Do they purchase another company in the food delivery space? These are other things that, again, can be good to the business from additional revenue standpoint. Grocery delivery. These are other things that I'm just throwing out there that are possibilities to add additional sales to lower additional costs. And that's what it comes down to. But at this point in time, post earnings, I can't say what's going to happen here. This is going to be a challenge because the company's still hemorrhaging money from an operating standpoint. If they demonstrate much more efficient operations, cost-cutting measures, things of that capacity, you could see the stock rise substantially after earnings, assuming they hit the numbers that they're estimating.
Yeah, especially considering the fact that I know that we've discussed how different they are, but similar at the same time. I mean, like Uber was in a nice rally into its earnings and saw a nice 9-10% lift on the back of its quarterly update. So the fact that we're positioned obviously more negatively in Lyft into this report, I think could actually be seen as a positive here with shares now at just around $10.70 a share. I mean, how the mighty have fallen in Lyft. Lyft used to be, I would say, the closest competitor to Uber, and now it's like Uber is just so dominant, George. We will leave it there. We'll be watching these numbers when they report today after the closing bell. Appreciate all of the thoughts. George Tellis, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network. That also does it for Alex and myself for Next Gen Investing. Coming up next, we have the watch list with Nicole Pedalides.
Murdoch was spitting some DD on Discord. I'll read it to you. Mine's bouncing there on VWAP. Williams is wondering what makes you value the debt at 1.8 billion. I've heard this too. Where are you looking at the short-term debt and also long-term debt being the calculation when considering valuation during a sale of a company? Short plus long-term is at almost 5.2 billion. Sometimes trade debt or other liabilities can get negotiated down pretty substantially. Yeah, that's part of the reason for Chapter 11. I mean, one of the main reasons I would say. I think the 1.8 billion probably has less of a chance, but also someone buying bonds for pennies on the dollar will wipe out a lot of that too, depending on the situation. Buyer of bonds equals buyer of company. I think we will most likely see a 1-to-1 on revenue to valuation, at least if all debt is converted to new shares. That's sick. That's a 5 billion market cap. That's 1-to-1 on revenue. Depending on what our float is, which we still don't know. That's like at least a 10x from here. Everything is speculation to what a judge will ultimately decide. Sue mentioned in the interview that the current valuation is not reflective of the potential. I 1000% agree with that statement. I expect old shareholders to at least have a portion in the newly formed company. Yeah. What are the chances barbecue doesn't have a sell-off into Friday like normal? KVUE came out, opened at 25, up to 26. The J&J IPO from J&J. Full disclosure violation. The chart in Discord. Oh, chat in Discord. It's just under general. Or text channels and then general. Opposed to sell-offs. I mean, not like sell-offs, but profit taking. That thing's up 150%. Not everybody just buys and holds. I mean, I took profits. It's a pretty normal thing coming into a Friday. I'm not sure if the pink sheets will, or OTC will change that necessarily. I don't want to wreck. I want to take the short here. Choppy. I'm wait. Crazy. It's kind of like Noah's Ark. Everybody's safe. General's under text. So under text channels, this might be collapsed for you. They expand text channels and barbecue below VWAP. Still, it's not below the level it made earlier today though, so still at this support range, 12.99. I mean, I don't know, Kitty. I think other people are in here too that don't just hold, but they trade. Barbecue coming down here. 1261. Still up 28%, but it did break through that support from the bull flag. See if it holds any of these other levels. 1215 is next. I know. I'm thinking about barbecue a lot lately. Sweet honey barbecue.
Well, we're certainly seeing a lot of volatility surrounding those financials. And at some level, it seems sort of ironic that a flood of investors gave profitable businesses a lifeline through capital, think Bed Bath & Beyond or GameStop, which drove their prices higher. But now a flood of short selling is taking a historically relatively, stable businesses and contributing to the instability of the group overall. So I think we're going to still have some volatility here, but overall, these are businesses that should be strong, and we should continue to have faith in our big banking system.
Yeah, I mean, I think you make a good point about the short sellers, and Don Kaufman, who was a guest yesterday, he actually spoke about that, and he said, look, traders are just looking at the stock price, and they're jumping in, and he said hedge funds and prop traders, and causing a run on the stock, which, sometimes that could cause a run on the bank, but really just trading the stock down. And the question, too, is whether or not there should be a, short seller moratorium or some sort of parameters put in, because the pressure on these, somewhat sound and resilient sort of banks, which we heard from our Fed head, they're getting hit. Maybe, I won't, sort of that they don't deserve to be hit down the way they've been hit down. Is that fair to say?
I think so. But what we're seeing is really the inverse of what propped up those other businesses during the pandemic. So making a decision for a moratorium on short selling or not, or insuring or providing blanket deposit guarantees, those are decisions that are well beyond me. But I think people, as they look at the price of the stock of a bank, need to understand that that does not mean whether the bank is solvent or strong. So what we're seeing is a disconnect, and it's hitting the whole group, even though we know that there were some, problems in particular to a few names. I'm not sure that applies to the whole group. Certainly when you look at financials as a whole, financials are holding up relatively well, but what we're seeing is those regional banks are really dragging things down. It's also interesting to note that within the financial sector, with reclassification, you have Berkshire and JP Morgan, and then now we have Visa and MasterCard that represent the overall industry. So it's interesting how that technology play is really reaching into all areas of the sectors and the economy. Whether it's AI or healthcare, technology is really driving a lot of different areas of the economy.
Yeah, understood. I mean, we also have things that are overhanging the market. First of all, you have a rising rate environment. It doesn't seem to be over or officially paused. The Fed can do whatever they want at this point. He didn't certainly say, he didn't say we've decided on a pause, which gives them the opening to raise in June if they want to. Also the debt ceiling, which is, I was reading something that talked about GDP and how dramatically GDP could be hit in a negative way. Job losses, concerns, and government wouldn't be able to step in and help if the debt ceiling is not fixed, decided upon. I know there's a lot of political posturing, but that this needs to be decided on sooner than later. Is that right? Because it can cause an economic downturn.
Sure. We have lots of things that are going on in between now and the next Fed meeting. And whether that's a debt ceiling, which certainly we've seen cause instability in the market, anything they can do to get that tied up right now would certainly provide a little bit of breath and a little pause to everybody's anxiety about what's going on with this market. But certainly with inflation prints and the different things that are going to go on between now and the end of June, it is a data-rich environment. So I'm not sure that we can accurately predict what June is going to look like. It seems like the market is expecting rate cuts as we come into the year, but without pullback in inflation, which we may begin to see better pullback numbers. Once again, this is bad news. Used to be good news. Now bad news may actually impact the market and slow down spending. But in the long run, that's what needs to happen to get that inflation number under control.
And so now when we look for opportunities, as you're talking about the different sectors here at home, and then if you could tell us, your advice to investors, sectors here at home, international investing opportunities.
Well, we think it's very important to remain diversified. Things that did well in 2022 are the things that have lagged thus far in 2023. But when you're looking at where you can hide out, certainly healthcare has been is a good place. And in addition, staples, not very exciting, doesn't have a lot of sizzle, but you look at the innovation that we've seen going on in healthcare, whether it's Alzheimer's drug, whether it's weight loss, we're seeing innovation in that space. And we think that that's a good place that won't be as impacted if there is a mild recession. Similarly, in the staple space, we've seen those stocks hang in there pretty nicely. So I would look for those areas that haven't run up as much in 2023 in order to position yourself for what could be some volatility. We also like international. For years, I think we knew that the S&P 500 and our domestic stocks really hung in there nicely, especially relative to international. But thus far in 2023, we're seeing international continuing to outperform S&P 500. And I think the valuations there are certainly very appealing. So it's worth a look to make sure, as you diversify, to make sure you have that exposure to international that may have been overlooked previously.
Louise Gowdy-Wilmering, thank you so much. Crew Advisors, great to see you. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, later this hour, the CFO of Informatica joins us for a deep dive in the company's latest earnings report. And Solo Brands is the new 52-week highs. We'll catch up with the company's CEO. They have some very cool products. And our panel reviews Block, the earnings ahead of the report. And up next, Charles Schwab's Jeffrey Kleintop. Everything from the Fed, crude oil, labor market. We're waiting on that jobs report tomorrow. We'll hit it all. Jeffrey's up next.
Let's walk through charts, one of the most commonly used features on thinkorswim. Start by going to the Charts tab and entering a ticker symbol. Select time frame to adjust time intervals or to favorite a time frame. Select Style to change the appearance of the chart. You can add drawings by selecting Drawings, Drawing Tools, and then Type of Drawing. For symbol comparisons, select Studies. This also gives you access to hundreds of pre-built studies, including a number of classic patterns. The grid icon lets you view multiple charts at once. You can even initiate a trade from the Charts tab. Just right-click anywhere on the chart and select either Buy or Sell. For more demos on how to Thinkorswim, head to the Education Center on tdameritrade.com.
When traders tell us how to make Thinkorswim even better, we listen. Because platforms this innovative aren't just made for traders, they're made by them. Thinkorswim Trading from TD Ameritrade.
It's a 13-hour flight. That's not a weekend trip.
15 minutes to wait.
Wow, I gotta take off. Now, you downloaded the TD Ameritrade mobile app so you can quickly check the markets?
Yeah, actually, I'm taking one last look at my dashboard before we board.
Excellent. And you have Thinkorswim mobile?
So I can finish analyzing the risk on this position.
You two are all set. Have a great flight.
Hey, thanks.
We'll see ya. Ah, they're getting so smart.
Choose the app that fits your investing style.
Welcome back to the Watch List, friends. Thanks for being with me. I'm Nicole Petalides. The Dow is down just about 300 points right now off the earlier lows. We have some movers for you watching Apple. Earnings are headed our way right after the bell. The stock is up more than 25% so far this year, and analysts expect the company to update its dividend and stock buyback plans following its second quarter report. Ahead of the earnings, the analysts over at Rosenblatt reiterated a buy rating and a $173 price target. Meanwhile, Qualcomm down after a warning of weak demand for smartphones. The chipmaker issued weaker than expected guidance and said it expects inventory problems will last at least the next couple of quarters. Analysts over at Piper Sandler cutting the price target to 120 from 145 overweight. Royal Caribbean shares are jumping. Company raised the earnings guidance on strong demand. The CEO said leisure travel continues to strengthen as consumers spend shifts towards experience. Royal Caribbean's revenue of $2.88 billion topped expectations and shares hit a 2-month high. Kenvue, the IPO has begun. It was a big one. Spun off from Johnson & Johnson, now trades under the ticker symbol KVUE. Shares opened at $25.53, about 16% higher than the IPO price. Biggest IPO debut since Rivian went public back in 2021. Here's a peek at Bitcoin right now, 28,930, up 1.8%. We welcome in a special guest, Jeffrey Kleintop, Chief Global Investment Strategist of Charles Schwab, to talk about a little bit of everything: Fed, jobs, banks, and more. International, of course. So tell me about the hikes that we've been seeing at home and abroad. It was what we expected. Your thoughts?
There's still an interesting take to all of this. The members of the Fed and the European Central Bank were united about hiking 25 basis points this week, but there seems to be a divergent view among members about what comes next. The Fed, the ECB, and other central banks seem confident that the banking stress is contained. So rather than being event-driven, central banks everywhere remain data-dependent. That's tied to inflation. So it's hard to be absolutely sure that any central banks are done tightening given sticky core inflation and a tight global labor market. The futures markets have a really high degree of confidence right now that the Fed is going to cut by 125 basis points over the next 9 months. That seems like a risk to me. We saw the Reserve Bank of Australia surprise us with a rate hike on Tuesday. They had to restart rate hikes after they had paused in April, and they weren't the only ones. We also saw that happen with Norway earlier this year. The ECB made it clear they weren't done yet. So I think Nicole, the market risk is greatest when investor confidence in a specific path for rates is very high, as it is that central banks are not only done, but ready to pivot and cut rates aggressively. I think tech stocks may be at risk if the optimism around this return of cheap capital later this year fades as the market reassesses the likelihood of those aggressive cuts.
And so now, I mean, the risk is that if they hike too much, slow the economy too much, and then they have to do the cuts, and that is exactly what Jay Powell does not want. So I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens in June. In the meantime, I mean, he noted a few things. I mean, he talked about the debt ceiling and that, you know, risk that looms. And also he talked about the regional banks while he said they were sound and resilient. Or the point is, you still have some wild cards, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know, today, I mean, the banks are probably the most notable ones, certainly today, leading on the downside. Today's slide in the bank stocks actually began late yesterday, as Fed Chair Powell mentioned, the latest senior loan officers survey, the SLOOS, as we call it. That won't be publicly released until May 8th, but he said that it showed lending continued to grow in Q1, but that the pace had slowed down.
BBBYQ down to 12.16.
Bank profits, and that's one of the many reasons shares are under pressure. But the main problem highlighted today and why the bank stocks just can't rebound despite all the efforts to support them is that while the Fed seems to believe the period of bank failures is now over with the banks they identified as problematic being disposed of, it seems that regulators can only protect all depositors after they shut the bank.
I don't know what you're ever saying, Jonesy.
Protection to depositors beforehand. So potential big bank buyers are holding back to get a better price. They don't want to absorb some of that stuff, or they want to get a backstop against losses, and they want an expedited approval process.
No, you can't send links in YouTube chats.
Of these troubled banks could see further losses as a potential self-fulfilling run on the stocks can make it impossible to raise equity or achieve a sale prior to a close by regulators.
It just doesn't feel right what's happening. You know, as we've heard from the guests talking about just
no, don't turn against me, Kitty.
You have the pros that can do that, hedge funds and prop traders that are able to do that, and you know, shorting this or they use algorithms and things like that, and pushing some of these banks down that. If it weren't for social media and the jump on board, you know, like a shark, things probably would be perfectly fine at this point. That being said, so I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. What do you think is going on with oil? As they peak at oil, $69.11 the barrel. Is there demand here and abroad?
Yeah, I mean, the demand has been softer here in the first half of the year, and OPEC has cut supply in response to that. But look, oil's down 10% so far this week. It's got a little stability today, and that's helping the sector. But I think there's this renewed anxiety over the financial stability of regional banks, and that's helped to send oil prices back to their March lows. And that was, you know, back in March, driven by bank failures then.
12.09, we're at next level down to 11.40.
Despite China's emergence from its restrictive zero COVID policy and those sizable reductions I mentioned from OPEC. In fact, those surprise output cuts announced just a month ago were intended to support prices, and instead the really brief rally in April, and then that faltered as these recession fears come back to the forefront, triggered by these bank worries. As the remaining bank issues are addressed and demand continues to rebound, it might exceed supply in the second half of this year and reverse the recent declines in oil and the energy sector. That, in fact, is the outlook for the International Energy Agency, that we move from the surpluses of oil we have today, gluts of oil we have today, to shortages in the second half of the year. That could be bullish for energy as you look out a little longer term. Maybe today is a sign of maybe that sector beginning to turn around.
And then I would love to pick your brain pertaining to the labor market. We've certainly seen a slowing, you know, fewer jobs and all that. I mean, for example, the JOLTS number came in lighter again. So, I mean, we see the trend. What I think is interesting is, you know, you talked about this with the supply chain, right? We had nothing, and then you said there's going to be a glut, and that was exactly what happened. What are you telling me about jobs here?
Yeah, we could be seeing the jobs version of shortages to glut. So, of course, we got the jobless claims this morning, big uptick. We may be in a transition from labor shortages to gluts. The trend in company communication on earnings calls and shareholder presentations shows a rising trend of mentions of job cuts. I've tracked this myself, just doing word searches in every single communication that's been released by companies. I'm talking about words like layoffs and workforce reductions, that type of thing. And that's come along with a decrease in mentions of labor shortages and phrases like difficulty hiring or struggling to fill positions or driver shortages. That crossover in Q1 suggests that the labor market may finally be poised to slow down in the coming months as companies enact those layoff plans they've announced to shareholders. So Friday's jobs report here in the U.S. could give some hints if this is beginning, as initial claims for unemployment benefits have really ticked up here and even spiked last week.
Yeah, and that's the point. I mean, there was so much talk over the last couple of years. Skilled labor, we need labor. We can't hold on to our labor. That people are quitting.
All right,
they're
barbecue
jumping.
broke that level.
We can't find exactly what we need, but people were searching. They had the employee had the ball in their court, and they were able to switch jobs, make more money. Now we're seeing layoffs.
Bidding
The
procedures
ADP
order
reports
April 30th.
showed even some weakness in leisure and hospitality.
Sunday, that's right.
That's what really
Your
was
final
booming,
dip order and
right?
cash management order May 18th.
Now
that's where all the demand
it seems like the tables
That's
have
next
turned,
Thursday.
right?
I'm gonna put some of these lines in the chart.
Yeah, and so this could be good news on inflation and wages. Remember, the Fed's not just looking at the number of jobs created, but
First
how
one's
fast
18.
wages are rising. That's really the issue for them. And I don't know if that'll show up in this report, but it does suggest that over maybe the summer months, we start to see some easing there. Now, I think that could validate maybe the Fed going on hold. I'm not sure it validates 125 basis points worth of cuts to that rate over the next 9 months, but it does suggest that maybe some of those inflation pressures in core measures might begin to ease this summer.
Which is on a Sunday.
All right. Jeffrey
Up on the
Kleintop, I always love our
26th, so then we have-
conversations. Thank you
Is
so
that
much.
Friday?
Good to see you, Jeffrey Kleintop, Chief Global Investment Strategist at Charles Schwab. All right, coming up next, we'll take a look at Informatica.
Option.
The company's CFO stops by to take a
Group
look at
sale
the
order
latest
June
earnings
7th.
results and guidance. Coming up.
What a word. The auction is... Wait, bid deadline May 28th. Auction June 2nd. Group sale order June 7th. So I think June 7th is the day I want. This all from that tweet. Okay. See. Federal and state officials are assessing possible market manipulation regarding banking shares. I'm not even seeing that tweet. Of GOB sales. Filing a plan July 22nd. We're stretching this all the way out to August. Also on a weekend. Or the day before. Sellers in the hot seat, maybe. I'm getting a green candle there on barbecue. Buy is coming down a little bit, just below VWAP.
Informatica. Our customers value our ability to deliver data management to them on the
Where's this guy looking?
industry's only cloud-native, multi-tenant data management platform that's been powered from the get-go with AI. The strategy is working. We feel great about the quarter.
With AI executives at the White House today, actually, having conversations all about this, even OpenAI. Tell me a little bit about where you see AI fitting into your business and into our society.
Well, AI starts with data, and we're all about data management and making your data secure, of the highest quality, and available to only the people who should have access to it. The more importance is put on data, and AI does that, the more important our solution is. Now, we actually use data in our solution to help curate data, quality control it, understand connections that you didn't realize exist, and make the workflows faster and make the value you can get out of your data higher. And we've been doing that since 2019. And by the way, we have our annual customer event coming up next week in Las Vegas. And we're going to announce some pretty exciting new AI features that we're going to be delivering on the Intelligent Data Management Cloud. It's an important part of our business, and our customers really value our unique ability to apply AI to the data.
See what happens with Apple.
Right. And your cloud-native AI-powered platform is Claire, right? I want to make sure to mention that. Isn't that right?
That's the trade name. Thank you for mentioning for the plug.
Yeah. You probably mentioned it, but I didn't know if I heard it. That being said, tell me about cloud overall. Cloud overall did really well for your company. I mean, when you see the growth there.
Yeah, it grew 41% off of $451 million at the beginning of the quarter, ended at $483. Our annual guidance, which we affirmed for the fiscal year, we're on a December fiscal year, is for 35% ARR
Nicole, I don't know why his monitor's way up in the ceiling though.
Us over $600 million
oh, it's because he's a trader.
In that business.
He's got monitors that go up 8 feet in the air above his head.
Energies going forward. We made the full pivot. We've been moving that direction for the last couple of years, and we made the full pivot to cloud-only consumption-driven at the beginning of this year. And like I say, the strategy is working. That kind of growth on that kind of scale is something we're
I forgot. That was on my list of things to do. Need to buy tall monitors.
You know, you said 90% of the business pipeline is comprised of cloud opportunities. What would
really
be
stretch the
some
charts
examples
out
of
really
that?
long.
Sure. So what our software does, Nicole, is it takes the data from the applications and the sources of data that are across any enterprise, your ERP system, your CRM system, your customer engagement system. It helps bring it into central locations like a data lake or a data warehouse so that it can be stored and protected and made available to users of the data, and then pushes it out and makes it available to business analytics applications, business intelligence, and even pushes it back to some of those
kind of
sources,
bear flagging here.
In some cases, so that you can get value out of that data. Customers across the economy are realizing that the cloud, the capabilities and the security, frankly, of the cloud have reached the point where they can move that data and that data infrastructure itself to the cloud from legacy on-prem applications. And our Intelligent Data Management Cloud is the only offering out there in the industry that allows you to do the breadth of what we can do with your data, do it from a true cloud-native platform that you can expand with, and frankly, that can manage your data, whether the sources and the targets of the data are in the cloud, they're on-prem, if they're in a hybrid cloud or a private cloud. The flexibility and the power of the Intelligent Data Management Cloud is what is allowing our customers to make the digital transformation to get the most out of their data in a cloud environment.
All right, Mike McLaughlin, thank you so much, Senior Vice President, CFO, Informatica. Thanks for being with us, and enjoy Las Vegas there for the show. Yeah, that people will love it. Yeah. Thanks so much. Still ahead in the second half of our show, we're watching Solo Brands CEO. He's joining us. Better than expected earnings. We're thinking paddle boards, outdoor fire pits, some cool stuff. As we head to break, winners and losers here for you.
Yeah, bear flagging here. BBBYQ. Megal? It's not looking good. That's a pumper, and pumps are over. So you might see some bounces on the way down, but probably going to keep coming down. Trend is down. Here's a pump and trending down. New lows. Might see another pump and new lows. Expect that to kind of continue. Looking for an exit. Wait for the next pump. Might not come though. Does it calls? I don't know. I'm bearish on the market, so don't ask me. Guys, that ad, it got me. Tricked me. 5 bouncing there, big. Pretty big. Look at that wick. Got 235. Hour and a half. Chart. So I was thinking Tesla's gonna have a bounce. Might bounce up and fill that gap potentially. No such luck. Made a little way up there, and now it looks like it's consolidating below this resistance. So that said, it does look like an inverted head and shoulders in the daily. You have that going for it. So yeah, a little conflicting. That could fail, of course. On a longer time frame, it's still bearish, so not sure how much weight I'd throw into that inverse head and shoulders. We could wait for a break of kind of the shoulder line here and then go short, or break of 167 area for that gap fill. But as it does move pretty much with the market, I don't know, sometimes it deviates. Unless the market really has a lot of pull, like big moves, which could be coming this week and next week, next couple weeks, I think in May. Make it go up? I'll make it go up once it gets to a price that I want to buy it. And I'll market order it, and the thing ripping. I'm thinking 10, 16 might be a nice pickup. Another 50% retracement. We'll see if it makes it through there, then look at this. 61.8, is that what that is? At 89 cents. I'm liking it though. Higher highs, higher lows, getting its way up. Still have a nice inverted head and shoulders. Just we're coming to a Friday. Given this run, it's based on no news. You have to remember that. That 226% run from low to high. Now 141%. If we won't cheat and use the low from there, because that's not realistic where it opened. It was a 110% run. Now we're up 60% from the lows. Apple, I have no idea about Apple's earnings. Looking at the charts, I'm thinking if it does pump after hours, I'm not sure. I'm thinking that won't last into next week, and maybe not even into tomorrow. Have a gap up and then just sell during the day. But it could come in bad and then gap down and red. But instead he wins a race.
Over the place recently. We saw from 63 recently back up to 85, and then at this level right now. Some of the weakness we're seeing back to November of 2021 levels, basically back to levels we haven't seen since before the war in Ukraine. Ultimately, I think this ties into, again, the banks, concerns about lending, demand. Keep a close eye on that jobs report tomorrow here, Nicole. I think that's going to be the next major focal point for investors and traders.
Okay, and by the way, a Reuters report said that the SEC is not considering a ban right now, contemplating a short selling ban. There was some talk about a moratorium of some sort or monitoring that, but there's no doubt they're monitoring it.
Short selling ban on the banks?
Right now, not currently contemplating a short selling ban, but we did have the SEC, Gary Gensler, saying focused on identifying and prosecuting any form of misconduct that might threaten investors, or the capital formation or markets. They're watching.
Real
what do you
quick,
think? You want to give me?
I just would say watch the Russell if that selling continues in the bank index and with some of these regional banks. It's kind of holding in the range, so it's yet to open up the door to the downside, post new lows for the year. But as mentioned, the bank index is leading the way to the downside, so the Russell might follow.
Yeah, but how about this? With all of this, they might turn around now, because if they're going to be looking at who's short selling and do prosecution or something and saying that you are now detrimental to the capital markets, you may see some slowing on the selling.
Quite the ways to turn around, though. They've got some room to go to the upside here still.
All right, Ben Lichtenstein, always love this breaking news with you. Thank you so much. Okay, let's turn our attention to something totally different. Very cool. John Merris is back with us, CEO of Solo Brands, maker of the Solo Stove and Chubby's, ticker symbol DTC. Thank you for being back with us. So another earnings report, another 52-week high, lots of innovation, which you said is the key here. Tell me about the last quarter. What did you love?
Yeah, it was a great quarter for us. We came out with momentum. We were talking right after Q4 with good momentum. And this quarter, it was really all about retail wholesale for us. We talked about expanding our relationships with Dick's Sporting Goods, Ace Hardware, Costco, and others. And we saw that happening. And we saw faster than expected replenishment with the momentum behind our brands, Chubby's and Solo Stove in particular. So super exciting quarter for us overall.
Without a doubt. As you talk about innovation, I mean, I see some great video here of the fire pits. I know you have paddle ball boards, you have apparel. What has been a hot product and why?
Yeah, last year we launched our first tabletop version of a fire pit. So giving access to a lower price point fire pit that people could use in their backyard spaces, even patios, really small confined spaces. Earlier this year, we launched a larger version of our Mesa tabletop fire pit. Super exciting product, but one that utilizes pellets instead of traditional wood. So you can do either one. But with the pellets, it's really awesome because you can fill up that tabletop fire pit, put one starter in it, and sit back and relax next to your Mesa XL for about an hour and a half. So very hands-off, super easy product to use, even in confined spaces. So super excited about Mesa in particular for Solo Stove.
Yeah, that sounds cool. You don't have to worry about keep putting wood on the fire. What are the pellets made out of?
Barbecue coming down more.
It's just basically compressed sawdust, right? So it's just taking the waste that comes about from cutting wood and putting them into
cool for the no earnings. No, haven't announced yet.
Similar to what you see in a grilling product.
They did.
Pellet grills are pretty.
They did a filing to delay them, so I didn't see a deadline on when they're going to do it by, but we just know it's been delayed.
And tell me about any concerns you may have about consumer spending habits.
I mean, an earnings play is a roll of dice either direction, so you can sell premium and do a straddle or a strangle, and then goes outside the range, close the non-profitable leg. But unless if you have good reason to believe it's going to be bullish or bearish, complete roll the dice. And even then, if they beat, sometimes it sells off. If they miss, sometimes it rallies.
Great experiences, whether it be around a fire pit or in a kayak or on a paddleboard or wearing really fun apparel. Ultimately, we're really all about putting smiles on people's faces. In this environment, people need that more than ever, and we become kind of a safe haven in a place that people find good value for the dollar spent to create experiences. So the consumer is definitely volatile. They're making trade-offs. They're finding brands and experiences that they really feel like are going to enhance their life and give them the biggest bang for their buck.
And some of the things are, you know, you could buy a ton, right? If it's apparel, you could buy endless apparel, but, you know, maybe you're not buying a fire pit every week, right? I mean, those are obviously bigger purchases. So how do you fill the gaps of the things that are sold more often and maybe the things that, like a paddle board, you know, I don't need 20 paddle boards, right?
100%. Yeah, it's all about listening to the customer. We have a good direct relationship with the customer and then innovating and expanding into new categories. Last year, Solo Stove launched our backyard pizza oven, and we've talked about that actually in the past on this show. We like new categories. We think our customers are telling us where we have permission to enhance their lives and add experiences to their lives to make it better and easier for them to connect with friends and family. So you're seeing a lot of category expansion for us across all of our brands. And I think secondarily is in the accessory space. So making things better with what we already have. Chubby's really leaned in heavy last year, our apparel business, into outerwear. So moving from just swim trunks and shorts into pants, as well as other outerwear tops. Solo Stove expanded into pizza oven in that category. And you've got some really fun innovation coming up with Isle and Kayak in our water category
up 21%.
For water recreation into new spaces and categories that we haven't been in the past, all related to water recreation.
Now.
So a lot of it's just related to listening to the customer and innovating around new products.
Oh, I can't wait to hear more about what happens with the kayaks and what you have for on the water. And I think the timing, right? I mean, now it's spring selling season, spring, summertime. I mean, this is right in your wheelhouse, right?
Totally. Yep, exactly. And it's very strategic on our part. These are products that are a year and a half, 2 years in the making. So lots of fun stuff coming out that we think, again, if people are seeking out experiences and bang for their buck, again, back to the fire pit even, it's a place that you can invest. It's a higher dollar item, but once you have it, it's something you can use every weekend or even multiple times a week to create great experiences. And we've been focused on innovation that's going to do that for consumers, especially now in the water recreation category as well.
Yep, smart timing. Everybody will be Instagramming their next cool solo brands, and you have some social media buzz and all that. John Merris,
Totally.
Nice to see you, CEO at Solo Brands. Thanks for coming back on the show each time. Thanks. Still ahead, we'll bring our panel talk all about Block ahead of the company's earnings report.
Knife. Iffy. First Republic's takeover worsens. Sorry, worsens the too big to fail bank problem, and taxpayers will be on the hook. Elizabeth Warren has said. Slides coming down a little bit more. Got about 10 minutes till CNS closes or power hour. Looking at some of the news, the odds of recession in the next year are 70%, and the US has stagflation problem brewing. Former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers has said. Treasury says US banks have substantial liquidity, deposit flows are stable, all is well. A credit crunch could more than double the rate that some US companies default on their debts. %39% of Americans say they've skipped meals to make housing payments. %49% of Americans have less in savings or none compared to 2022. Larry Page may be served in Jeffrey Epstein's case.
Much about it since that time, since that day, basically. I mean, was it more than 24 hours? I don't even think so. Dominic, what do you think?
I think part of the report
JC, what are you getting at?
You know, really kind of insightful in a way
82
that
million
the
volume
valuation
candle?
is a little rich
Not seeing any
where
of that.
it is versus peers on an adjusted EBITDA basis.
Barbecue
I
coming
think
down
the
a little
idea
bit.
that they're doing something
It's
nefarious
at
on
11 cents
purpose
now. We'll
and
see.
providing accounts to people that
Pretty big move
you know,
down.
would they willingly know are partaking in
Got
you know,
10 cents.
money
10.16 is the next
that
area
aren't legal.
for
I don't
support.
think that that's realistic. I'm not really worried about the duplicate accounts either, because credit card companies absolutely have quite a bit of duplicate accounts, and so I'm not really worried about that. I would say that the biggest piece is when they came out with when Block came out with their rebuttal, we think that the non-Social Security number of accounts was higher than probably most buy-siders expected, and we checked with some credit card companies, and it's unlikely that they have accounts that are unverified. So that is pretty unique to a fintech company versus a real bank. They're just not going to have a large amount of unverified accounts like this. So puts and takes to that report, that's where I'd leave it.
Yeah, so it sounds like you're on the side of Block. I mean, it sounds like there were allegations that may have not had the backing or may have been unmerited. As far as the valuation or, you know, whether it's too frothy or not, that's a different conversation. But, you know, it could be liable if you just start throwing out allegations and crushing someone's business when you're not even
there
on
on
point,
barbecue.
Right?
It's up.
Dominic, final thought
It's like 10%. It's at 10.79.
Okay.
No, I completely
The
agree.
fib level here is
Okay.
about where I have my support anyways.
Let's talk about our expectations on fintech and
the resistance
the
from
success of something
This
like
is just where we were
Block, as
yesterday.
we're waiting on
It's
the
not even that
report.
bad. This is the
Kevin,
highs of
I'll start
yesterday we're
with
getting
you.
to.
I mean, are there other names that you like more? What are you expecting out of this particular report?
Well, I mean, Square is clearly our favorite here at Exponential. Obviously, 34 cents is the expectation, and 4.6 billion in revenue. I think the key is not going to be so much the current numbers, but it's going to be next quarter's guidance. You know, they're basically guiding toward, you know, $5 billion in revenue, and this being such a growth-oriented company, it's going to be all about that guidance. And, you know, that really boils down to what they feel about the economy. And, you know, are their small businesses really being affected? And, you know, there's all this doom and gloom out there about the economy is going to go into the toilet and whatnot. But, you know, the consumer is still strong. You know, unemployment's still very low. I think it's highly debatable that all these small businesses are going to go out of business when we've still got, you know, sub 4% unemployment. So let's watch that guidance. That's the key.
Yeah, and so with
Barbecue
that,
down a little more
that's
here.
the important part. And
1020.
Dominic, you said you are cautious
Getting
that
to
you
that
would have liked to have seen
first kind of
some
support
estimates
area.
come down
There's actually
first,
a gap
right?
here also. I didn't even notice.
That's absolutely correct. I think when you look
999.
at Block's consumer base
Gap
on
fill.
the Cash App side, you're looking at a lowering.
Maybe just fill in the
consumer
gap
base.
even. Huh?
We see tax refunds are down roughly 11% as per Visa and the government's website. That's a big part of that kind of jump that we could see in this quarter in spending in Cash App and going into even the next in Q2. Sellers probably going to get a little pop from grow over COVID. Headwinds abating a little bit in January and February, but like other payment companies, they are seeing spending slow in March and in April too. And so we are cautious on this name in particular. We think that this could be a good revenue quarter, but I think the right move would be to keep overall annual guidance the same, don't raise it, and see if they can
Not
hold
hungry
that
anymore.
not raised
I
guidance.
suddenly lost my appetite.
And you said Visa is your top pick right now. Will you confirm that, Dominic?
Absolutely, that is our top pick.
I want to go long here. We've got this engulfing candle,
continue
but
to fly to safety. They're looking for big, profitable businesses that have proven,
I'm good on the day. I'm good.
diversified geographic business models. We're seeing spending actually outside the U.S. better. I would even say that I would prefer PayPal going into the quarter versus Block as well. I think if you look at the intra-quarter data, you've got e-commerce kind of accelerating off the lows throughout the whole quarter, and you've got in-person spend, which is more Block, actually continuing to fall. And so
nice tree. Well done,
the guidance
dude.
for
Well
PayPal
done.
for the year on revenue looks more attractive to me than what we would see for Block
Speaks
this year.
check.
Yeah, understood. Kevin, in your
Accuracy,
notes, you
fog,
said,
steady abroad.
unless the economy completely tanks, and talked about some resiliency of the labor market overall. I mean, you actually said stock has outstanding upside over the
stalking
long
Jenny?
term. So what kind of numbers are you looking at? I mean, possibly. It's at $60 today.
Yeah, I mean, it's bounced 3 times off this $60 level in the last 6-9 months or so. The RSI is pretty low at 36. Remember, this is a stock that was $275
Joe
a share.
Nacho had to
2
face a
years
federal
ago.
judge.
And it's
Football
got
left his
a
found kitty porn on the judge's computer.
$100 stock?
Well, you guys probably destroy this man's career. You also
Wall
stole
Street price target. That's 50% upside. So,
LinkedIn.
I'm not really sure what's going to happen over the next 3 to 6 months with the economy. But I think if you're buying it here at $60 and you plan to hold it for a long time, it's going to be kind of hard to go wrong in the long term.
All right. That sounds pretty good. I think most shareholders would like that. Sounds like some good
6%?
upside. Wonderful to see you
My
both.
4-week
Dominic
T-bill?
Gabriel of Oppenheimer and Kevin Riley,
The heck?
Exponential Investment Partners.
Oh yeah, I see that. U.S. Treasury 4-week bill, high
That's gonna do
yield
it for
hits
us here
record high
on
of
the watch list. We've had an
5.84.
extremely busy day. A new listing, Kenview. We've
What?
watched the regional banks, names like Western
Is that real?
Alliance and PacWest. We have Apple.
It only takes 4
After the
weeks to
bell,
mature.
that's likely to see
You
a
get
7%
almost 6% in a
swing.
month.
So keep it here. I'm Nicole Petalides. Oliver Rennick, Market on Close, next.
Okay, annualized, yeah. You had me confused there for a bit. Ulta's a goodbye. Ulta's always goodbye to you, Tree. Oh my gosh, Kitty. Yeah, G Jones, what are you talking about, dude? And Ace convinced me to stock Jenny. He's breaking it down. Perfect for me. All the slow summer months of the stock market have begun. Bud Light has said that the drop in U.S. sales after a backlash toward the brand is about equivalent to 1% of the company's global volumes. The week of April 2022, or 22nd, saw a 26.1% decrease in sales year over year. Wow, that's pretty significant. Meta, you're the most negative person I think I allow on Discord. War Chest is smart, he's picking up the dip. I'm gonna be trying to be slow buying the dip this week. That engulfing candle was the trigger. Well, up. They smashed a pie in her face for her birthday. Dismiss motion? No. That new? Anything about that? Please do share, Cameron. Power hour.
Companies waiting in the wings for us this afternoon, including Block and a bunch of others that are going to be tech focused and also some consumer businesses too.
Block's reporting.
We've got a lot to get through here, and we're going to be joined by some great guests along the way. Expedia's in the mix, Carvana as well, Coinbase hopefully will get to us. And we're running
partaking, Kitty.
an extra 30 minutes. So we'll be taking this all the way through to 4 p.m. Chicago time. 2 hours, like the old days. Reserve it for the special ones like Apple earnings. VIX at 20 summarizes a lot.
Yeah, there's some profit taking today.
Volatility had been slipping.
It's still looking good though. Higher highs, higher lows.
Of a way with so much at
Look.
stake right now.
See?
VIX at 16 just didn't quite sit right. And so we're back to something a little bit maybe more appropriate in
Parallel,
your
what's
host's
this?
humble opinion. Volatility around
parallel.
20, a little
That is
bit
neat.
more on pace with what we've seen throughout the past 5-6 months. Is still though generally on the low end of both the COVID and post-COVID regime. Market here trying to look past a bunch of different potential
Got a
lines
retracement to
that are
this fib
planted
level,
here.
previous support.
Not just earnings that are expected
See
to
what Friday
decline,
brings, maybe consolidation.
revenue that's expected
Maybe
to
a little
shrink
more profit
for one of
taking,
the world's most
down to
important
83
companies,
cents.
if not the most important company, Apple.
But
also,
it's
of
looking
course,
good.
a
First
lot
week
of
on
drama
OTC and we're up
uncertainty around who
like
falls
100%.
next in the bank dominoes, as the regional ETF is down another 5% today. Companies disputing reports about what they're doing now, so it's getting pretty heavy. It's getting pretty dramatic. Western Alliance, PacWest,
In
and a
honor of
bunch
earnings
others
this week,
getting
AMC.
wrapped up in some
Penny
very
Horn,
deep
you
selling
think she holds
today.
AMC?
The overall
I might
financial
have to
growth
always
is,
mute her segments from
remaining
now on.
firm, but getting dragged too. Ultimately, it's hard to separate too far from the pack. But the XLF
And all your
for the
comments about how
S&P
smart she
500
was
financials is
will now
still
get
in
you
familiar
banned.
territory. As you can see, we've been kind of plateauing out as the regionals
That's
have
a little
fallen
nice time
apart.
disking, huh? Yep.
Big banks
BBY.
have been able to,
Barbecue.
for the most
Chilled
part,
out.
stand
Still at
apart
14.
from what's happening
Finding some supports.
on the
Maybe
largely
here.
West Coast centered regional banks. As
VWAP
I've
still at
described it,
1286.
It seems like we're
It's just a huge range.
turning that
That's why I
ranking
took profits. It's like
of banks by
even just the bull flag
uninsured
range is big.
deposits
From
into
the
a
top of the flag
checklist
to the bottom is
of,
15%. So
sell-offs, and we're just kind of moving down the
you have a
checklist
50%
where
move up.
Silicon
Like,
Valley Bank was almost entirely
32% to the
uninsured
downside,
deposit
just
base.
on a
Now we're just
like
kind
a
of moving
retrace
down
basically.
the percentage, and
And now
each
this
of these
bounce from the bottom up to
companies
VWAP
in the
be
higher
big too.
ranking of
24%
that
up.
particular characteristic,
So,
uninsured deposits, and then also the hold to maturity
big
book
range.
as a total, as a ratio of the total deposits. Those are the two main metrics that seem to be setting
I
off.
might want to pick some up if it gets back
fear
down
right
here.
now and causing some of these big
I'm gonna
declines.
be patient though.
This is going to be a story that keeps giving here day to day as the
14%
chart
today.
tells us
That's a
we're
good day.
breaking down to new lows. So it's very much
I watched
a trend at this
like
point.
$1,300 in profit.
And so we should certainly be on
That's 30
alert
minutes
here
on
to
one
see
account that I'm
what comes
holding.
out as true and what comes out as false and rumor.
Let's go.
Where
Bye-bye.
we'll talk a little bit here about one of those regional banks pushing back on a Financial Times story, because ultimately a lot of this is sentiment based, as we discussed with Liz Ann Song.
See, you made it. I made it to your TV tree. I made it.
Sentiment, in a way,
I'm
plays as
moving
big
up.
of a role
That's
as the
VWAP.
fundamentals, and so narrative power that we're seeing right now plays a
big
very
candle.
big role when you get stories out, like we got from the FT about.
But really, this is just consolidating after a big drop.
potentially
So,
looking for a deal.
fair
So
flag.
if that's not true, then we need to be alert to that. So we're going to talk about that, and we're going to obviously monitor and try and bring you the freshest updates here as they come along. But price action-wise, the chart's pretty self-explanatory. It's not a good situation. The 10-year yield is holding pretty low right now. 3.3 is the low end of the range.
barbecue
we're getting, but
kind
it
of bounced
still
off that
largely is
10
within that range. I think that's
10 cent
important
level.
to note.
That
As the dollar's
11.50
holding
now.
up at 101 again today, as you can see on the screen
17.5%
right
up
now,
on the day.
greenback is actually kind of firm, even though Powell yesterday did not give any indication of cuts later on in the year. He certainly didn't give any indication that he's eager to push higher at this moment, instead telling us that perhaps we truly will be data dependent at this point. And so yields drift a bit lower here. Some downside in stocks certainly helps keep bonds bid, but there's not a whole lot of big breakthrough action just yet in the macros, apart from maybe gold. Gold up to 20.
How plant-based can you be if you're a Domino's
2100.
consumer?
We're pushing to the high end of the range. I'm also watching Bitcoin very closely here to see if this market turns into a risk-on mode, as Bitcoin oftentimes tells us, or if Bitcoin does something new and exciting and maybe it changes and metamorphosizes into a gold-like trade. It's been really tried here the last couple days, and I think it does deserve some credit, where it has been looking a little bit more like bonds and gold on some of the real short terms. It's done this before. Ultimately, it breaks back in the direction of stocks and risk assets as a whole. But if I were a big Bitcoin whale pushing the theory that it's digital gold, now would be as good of a time as any to put the money
You guys
on
want to
the
watch the
line.
Aptera
I think
presentation?
that's probably what's happening here. Liquidity remains
Bye,
low.
ripping up here.
Volume remains pretty shallow in the.
I want to watch it. You guys can join me. Wow, dude. That 1 point, that rally.
Hey Aptera fans, welcome. Today we're here to talk about our production tooling, our recent trip to Italy, and all the things we're doing to push towards production. I think we've been amazingly busy over the last few months.
Living out of a suitcase.
Living out of a suitcase, traveling around to try to get production funding in the door, but also marveling at a lot of the engineers' progress as we push to production.
Yeah, it's great to see firsthand how the accelerator efforts are really coming through all across the globe. We've got things happening here in California and Italy and all over that are really pushed forward by the accelerator efforts. So
Pop
really
headphones.
With that additional funding and some of the other things that we're working on, like the CEC grant that is now actually
Can't hear anything.
Yeah, we got our first payment from the CEC.
We would like to just take everyone through how we're starting to invest that funding and how we're going to push forward in the future to get more funding and get into production here as soon as possible. I know everyone wants their Apteras as soon as possible. We good to start the presentation?
I think so.
Yeah. Clicking but no clicking. There we go. As a general overview, we have over 42,000 pre-orders now. I just looked this morning. Every day they go up, 42,862, something like that. Just like the accelerator program, every day you look, and more people are joining the Aptera family and embarking on this mission towards solar mobility with us. We've raised a considerable amount of money from over 16,000 investors now. So thank you to everyone who has contributed to the cause. And those people that have skin in the game are now hopefully out telling the Aptera story and inspiring more people to make reservations and invest in Aptera and all the things that will help push us to production. And we've started working on the CEC grant, $22 million, which has already started to match funding for some of the equipment that you see behind us here, and it will help pay for some of the solar
veggie
and battery
toppings.
production equipment that we'll have here in this facility very soon. We're humbled by the CEC's acceptance of that grant, and we're going to put that money to really good use here.
Yeah, the good news on that is that a lot of those costs.
Dude, G. Jones, what are you even talking about, dude?
We're now just being paid out by the CEC, so we're getting paid back for some stuff that we spent months ago.
Yeah, it's great, and the team, Pablo's team, and the solar and battery team have a lot of amazing work done on
42,000 pre-orders.
Equipment will be coming in soon, and we'll be able to see it churn through.
90 million raised.
16,000
16,000
we really have a
investors.
focus here at Aptera of having the least
The
environmental
most
impact.
successful Regulation A offerings in history.
On a
Wow.
day, and we're installing solar on this building that we're at here in Carlsbad, and it will be great to have our facility here solar powered, along with a production facility that just uses a lot less to get the vehicle into manufacture and doesn't have a paint shop, which we give tours here all the time, and we take investors around and kind of show them the facility. And one of the big differences in this production facility than any other kind of automotive plant is traditional automotive, you see big rolled steel stamped into parts, then dipped into a tank or sprayed with paint. We kind of get rid of all that with CPC in Italy by doing carbon fiber SMC parts. We'll receive basically the body structures here, and it will start the assembly life of the Aptera. But we don't need to paint it because we're going to be using vinyl wrap. So a typical automotive plant can spend 40 to 50% of capex just
still
on the
greening
paint
up
shop, and
13%
80% of the
though.
environmental emissions from that facility can come just from the paint shop. So we
Making
eliminate
higher
it. So we
highs,
don't
higher
atomize any
lows.
solvents, it doesn't go into the
Well,
air. It's a much
it's
more
looking
environmentally
good.
manufacturing production facility.
It's not apparent to me that the company installing the solar was being very gentle when they were putting the panels on the roof, but it sounded like they were dropping them from a helicopter. But one of the things that goes to make this plant.
I gotta change headphones. I can't hear anything.
That Amazon has to really build their moat out. So maybe to some degree they can live in harmony. I also think just looking at the market overall, Kevin, you got Tesla up today. You got Amazon up. Netflix is higher. Apple's a little changed, but we are seeing that when there's some uncertainty around the economic situation, a little fear in banks, the idea that maybe Powell's going to have to slow down after yesterday, the NASDAQ is trying to find that sliver of outperformance. We're trying to find that tech trade to be a safety trade, but does that make sense if Apple's going to tell us this afternoon their sales are slowing down?
Yeah, this is actually, Oliver, a stock market right now that is divided into, bottoming out large cap tech that may sense that higher interest rates, what has hurt them over the last year, is coming to an end. That would favor them. And then there's the banking industry and the overall contagion or fear of that's affecting not only the Russell but other parts as well. And then you've got Apple's earnings, then you've got payrolls tomorrow. So there's a lot of things affecting this market. But you're right, there's a handful of pretty high profile names having good days today. And and the fact that you mentioned the ARK fund, that is really interesting because normally on a day like this, they'd punish that fund, Oliver. So you may be seeing a slight tone change here in terms of growth and what they're rotating out of and into. Kind of an interesting turn of events, interesting price action for sure.
Okay. The other thing here is that there's just a lot of uncertainty around the bank situation, of course. Western Alliance saying that this Financial Times report was wrong. Tell me about that here, Renita, for a sec, because, the shares are still down, but at one point today they were $11.
At one point, absolutely, they were lower. And so
$8 is a big difference at this point.
A huge difference. And so really the biggest question is on everyone's mind is, listen, is Western Alliance the next one on the chopping block? That's a fair question because in each bank failure we've seen this year, the very next one that we've seen that's been up kind of has been on the chopping block. So one might be able to say that.
It's actually been kind of predictable to, I got to say, like after SVB and then Signature, it was like, all right, so FRC kind of looks like it's next on this list. And it turns out it was. And now whenever there's a company that says they're exploring strategic options, that's the market's interpretation that they're not going to make it. But then they're saying that that's not actually what they're doing and that report was wrong.
Right, they're saying that. Actually, Bloomberg is also reporting that they're saying that this report is wrong from the Financial Times. And honestly, we just have to see how this plays out because they say it's wrong today, but what about 2 days from now? Which is something that we've seen, by the way, when we saw one of the banks go belly up on a Sunday.
Well, some of this, Kevin, it seems like there is a little bit of, quick trigger fingers by investors here, where it's almost like, opposite day type stuff, where if a company's leader comes out and says, everything's fine, people go, oh, that must mean it's not fine. And to
Yeah.
me, that's a little bit silly logic to some extent. I get
Yeah,
kind of where
nice
the
little bounce
sentiment
here
comes from,
on
but it's like when
barbecue.
traders say, "Oh, that guy, I don't like him across from me.
Off
He
at
says
10
he's long
cents.
today, so I'm going to go short."
Maybe
Like, it
building a
doesn't really
little
make sense.
inverse head and shoulders. I'm not sure.
Well, when you get to the banks, normally what we've seen is, like Renita just mentioned, where there's smoke, there's fire, right? And
Buy coming down.
the companies go, incredibly quiet
AHT?
during that period. Well, it's the opposite here. Western Alliance have come out with a pretty harshly worded comment saying, the Financial Times report
That one's
today
from
that
Texas.
Western Alliance is
It's a REIT.
considering a potential sale is all or part of its business is categorically false in all respects. They blame short sellers, Oliver. It is shameful
Nice
and
looking chart, but
irresponsible that the Financial Times has
it's a
allowed
REIT.
itself to be used as an instrument of short sellers and conduct for spreading false narratives about a financially sound and profitable bank. So they came out very strongly worded comment on the other side of that. So normally they would be very quiet if there was something actually troubling. Western Alliance, located in Phoenix, Arizona, very loud, Oliver, in saying
data and what we heard from the Fed yesterday before we earnings prep for this afternoon. Michael Ashton joins us from Enduring Investments. He's a managing principal, and you may know him as the inflation guy. Michael, long time no see. Welcome back.
Hey, it's good to be back here. Thank you for remembering that I'm the inflation guy.
Of course, how could I forget? In fact, the Morningstar conference last week, somebody came up and said, "Hey, where's that inflation guy?" I said, "You know what? That's a good question." So where are we at with inflation in your mind, Michael?
Monthly
Is it
TTM.
plateauing?
It's not
Is
really
it
an indicator
cooling?
I look at.
Is it revving back up? What do you see?
Well, it's taken a long time, but I think we've now finally gotten in a peak. The
Yeah,
problem
Wall might
we've
not
always
make
known
it
there
this
would be a
weekend.
peak, and the question is, are we going to go back to 2%, or is inflation just going to plunge back down to where the Fed wants it, or is it going to be kind of sticky and have trouble going down? And interestingly, the Fed, I think, has the right answer here. They're on the right story in that they're looking at core services ex rents, which is kind of the part that is sensitive to wages. Wages have been sticky on the high side, and so has that component of inflation. So I think inflation is going to come down, but we're going to be looking at the 4s, not the 2s, which means the Fed's going to stay. I don't think they're not going to tighten anymore, but they're also not going to be easing, and the market's pricing in a fair amount of easing going forward.
So the goal for the Fed to get down to 2%. We had a pretty interesting
Regional
back
banking
and forth
ETF.
yesterday. One of the reporters was asking Powell if he would feel good about 3%. I don't know if you saw that. I thought it was an amusing exchange. Powell said, "No, we want to go to 2%." And the person said, "Well, what if labor is cooling off?" And he said, "We still want to get to 2%." And he said, "Well, what about 3%?" And he said, "No, we want to go to 2%. I mean, it seems like he's very intent on that. Can we get there by holding rates where they are? Does that have a natural tightening mechanism at the level we've reached, or is he going to have to keep adding on higher levels of rates?
It's not really. The rates aren't. I think the Fed did something very interesting yesterday. They said they essentially said we're not going to be tightening, we're not going to be raising rates anymore, but we're going to continue to shrink our balance sheet. And at the end of the day, what's important to inflation isn't the interest rate, right? So, changing the price of money doesn't necessarily change the quantity of it. It's the quantity of it that's tied to the price level. So when the Fed, and we have the money supply shrinking for the first time, M2 has never fallen before over an 8-month period, and it is falling now. And so the Fed is actually acting like they believe that story. And yes, rates don't need to go up any. We don't need to see if we can blow up any more banks or
Very similar movement today.
ruin the mortgage market
I don't see it.
anymore. But we should maybe take away some of the punch bowl here in the form of money, and so they'd like to see the money supply growth, money supply itself continue to shrink slowly. The problem for asset holders, of course, is that things like stocks tend to track the level of the money supply over time, and you know, that's so if the money supply continues to shrink, that creates an additional headwind for stocks. The chart on your screen there, you know, if you take the S&P and divide by M2 money supply, it's basically gone nowhere for 60 years. You know, I mean, obviously there's been dividends along the way, but the actual price level of a real asset is tied to its scarcity relative to the scarcity of dollars. And as dollars become less scarce, the price of that thing goes higher. And so the S&P goes higher along with M2. So if M2 declines, it's going to, you know, create a headwind for asset owners.
No, one of the things that I think about a lot, and it's, you know, since you're talking about stocks, it's a bit of a tangential point to that one about its ratio to the money supply. But when we see stocks firm up, I mean, it's kind of in line because we saw the Fed add to its balance sheet in response to the Silicon Valley. And now we're looking at a future in which markets are pricing in a regime shift kind of based on this bank threat. They're saying the Fed's going to have to pause and eventually cut. So in a way, it is connected to the point you're making. But stocks have rallied throughout these last few months during this. How much does that work against the Fed's goal then if asset prices are going up based on the notion the Fed is supposed to you know, stop hiking? Isn't that like doing the job itself in a way, where investors say the Fed's going to have to cut because something bad's going to happen, so we're going to buy stocks and they're going to go up? Doesn't that then kind of stir inflationary forces?
Yeah, you know, it's difficult to come up with something which is a really good scenario for stocks right now. And I think that where there's going to be a surprise in the bond market and it's going to percolate through to equities eventually is that, and you know, I've typically been very critical of the Federal Reserve, but they're on the right story right now, which is, you know, you guys think we're going to be cutting rates anytime real soon, and you know, we're not going to do that. And I think that's right. I think we're going to see rates at 5.25 now for quite a while, because, you know, at the end of the day, 25 or 50 basis points in either direction doesn't make much of a difference. 500 did. But so if something starts to come unglued, you're going to have to see dramatically lower interest rates. The Fed's not going to, you know, slowly cut rates because they think growth is weak. I mean, look, I mean, over the long term, a 4 or 5% interest rate has been the standard for a long time. We're kind of just back to normal.
Okay, so at this point, maybe it is appropriate to just kind of wait and see what damage is inflicted by the rate hikes that we've already gone through.
I think the damage will be, what the Fed wants is that the damage will be slow, you know, gradually dripping damage rather than trying to break something suddenly. Okay. And obviously, you know, the banks are seeing some things break, but you know, keeping rates, you know, if you bring rates up to 9%, you probably kill inflation. You kill a lot of other things. If you have the rates a little tight, then maybe you can gradually land the plane.
Okay.
History counsels caution.
All right, good stuff, Michael. We'll be in touch and follow along more closely. Appreciate it. Yep.
Good to be back.
Thank you, sir. Michael Ashton, Managing Principal at Enduring Investments. All right, let's talk some company news and let's talk some earnings here. Catching up with the CEO at TELUS International, Canadian tech and customer platform that we talked with last year. Going to give us an update on the business model for customer experiences in the digital world. We'll be right back.
Gary Gensler just commented on bank stock market manipulation. In times of increased volatility and uncertainty, the SEC is particularly focused on identifying and prosecuting any form of misconduct that might threaten investors, capital formation, or the markets. Mark? Minervini style schmucks? Ask yourself, did I hit that like? This is not my beautiful house. This is not my beautiful wife. This is not my beautiful couch. This is not my beautiful life. Oh, the days go by. Naked Shorty, it's a reapplication of the likes.
Progress.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that was funny.
We reaffirmed our guidance for the year. Again, I think it's meaningfully
losing
differentiated relative to our peer group on a consolidated basis, outlooking double digits starting with a 2, and on an organic basis, double digits starting with a 1. Again, sustaining best-in-class
Yeah, we all
margins.
make mistakes.
It's a tough market.
Got a little
though,
lazy. Didn't do his
noticed,
research.
I was watching your
Went
show
for it.
just leading into this segment. The macro uncertainty persists. We've all been dealing with that, elongated sales cycles, driven in part by ongoing uncertainty around inflation, interest rates, even the situation in the Ukraine, of course, given our exposure to Europe. It is not a time for amateurs, but we're feeling pretty good about where the business is right now. Frustrated by the share price performance, but obviously little influence on that right now, given the macro.
Yeah, it seems like you're getting a pretty tough shake here given the growth metrics and the profitability of the business. I will say that. Trading down at 52-week lows right now, despite that. What about the integration of Willow Tree? Does that include any costs in the short term, or will there be ultimately synergies to pay out from that?
Yeah, as we guided both at the original announcement of the deal late last year and then again closing and during our investor day in February, Willow Tree, a significantly smaller business than we, slightly inferior margin profile than we, but we have a high degree of confidence that sustaining and growing their very healthy double-digit with a 2 revenue growth and leveraging our scale and successfully cross-selling their capabilities into our significantly larger customer base, and even the inverse as well, should help get their margins much more closely approximating our own. In terms of the integration expenses, they're not significant, but indeed it'll probably be later this year, early next year before we see that transaction turn accretive for us.
Okay. I would say as a market observer, maybe offering some explanatory reason then for the shares, given a lot of times we see the acquirer in moments like these, shares decline a bit. But given that there's been such downdraft in the sector of social media linked tech, advertising platforms overall the past year and a half, kind of post-COVID, it seems like you'd rather be the acquirer than the one looking to get a bailout or being acquired at this point. Do you feel that's going to be part of your strategy, to go and look around and see, okay, who needs some better profitability metrics that we can provide? Is this something that we could expect more of?
For sure. I mean, you've seen some pretty heady M&A merger consolidation activity in our space.
Exactly.
It's been going on for several years now, but accelerated.
Okay, I'm gonna try and get a video out today. It's been much too long.
Between Concentrix WebHelp and
gonna go for it.
Teleperformance Majorel.
I think but yeah,
you should
I will.
absolutely expect to see
my
more
video
of
should be out like 4.
Frankly,
cut the stream off.
I don't
Do that.
anticipate
Share my
TI being on
positions.
the receiving end of that. Quite the contrary.
Technical analysis.
I think we have a
Pure
very
breakdown.
unique,
thank you guys for the support today. Exciting day.
Mix, margin profile, growth rate,
Exciting day on the barbecue.
Relationship with parent company TELUS. Balance sheet
Thanks,
strength,
Experience. Thanks, Cameron.
I think you should expect to see.
Thank you, Ace. Appreciate the gifted memberships today. If you did get a gifted membership, jump on our Discord with that link. I'll give you the happy crew roll.
Grow out our capability set.
Thanks, Trader. Thanks, Kitty Daddy.
More and more, I think,
thanks,
are looking to
Nurture.
reduce risk,
Julian
expense,
Cameron,
complexity associated with
E. Jones,
managing
Tree
a
2.
more heterogeneous
Thanks for the
supplier
support, guys. We
community,
got
a one-stop
51
shop
likes in
where
here, 52.
possible.
Nice.
And I think we have an
Nice.
advantage today,
Well done.
and we'll look to continue to leverage and scale that advantage through
For the
some
rest of your day
incremental
as
M&A
well,
activity
tasty.
in the mid to longer term.
As
MacW, is
opposed to
it
being one-stop
resumed
shop, I know
and
you,
dumping?
your business has several
Halted
different
down.
stops in terms of the types of clients that you go after. Can you give us
Let's
real
see.
quick, Jeff, kind of what the biggest growth vertical is right now? Any sector
Totally
or
full
theme
flagging.
that you're
Yeah,
particularly
little 5
keyed
minute.
into that you see growing?
Yeah. Not
Yeah,
bad.
I mean, we were lucky
Couple of
in
them.
part to enjoy growth across every
All right,
vertical
thanks so much,
that
guys.
we
We'll see you
support,
on
whether
there at
it's
the
tech
premiere.
and gains,
So
e-commerce,
when I release the
fintech,
video, I
comms
premiere
and
it and I'm
media,
in chat and then
BFSI and healthcare.
go
Just given the relative size
Discord.
of our healthcare portfolio, representing about
Thanks,
6%
guys.
of
See you
revenue,
soon.
we saw the biggest bump
Peace
year over
out.
year in the first quarter there, about 233%. Tech and games, our largest of